of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to recognize our visitors today. Thank you all for your attendance. We have a pretty full room today, so I appreciate that. So let's go to attendance first.
Mrs. Bauer, Mr. Beard,
Here.
Mrs. Brennan,
Here.
Mr. Galzella,
Here.
Mr. Gelsinger, Mr. Leidy,
Here.
Mr. Plessick, Mr. Smith,
Here.
Mrs. Weaver.
Here.
6 yes, 6 present, 3 absent.
And I'd just like to mention that the absences are for family events. We are family members as well, so we'll cut them slack to go on vacation and attend their children's events as well. So as far as number 6, additions, deletion, modifications to the agenda, I'll entertain a motion to delete 10E2.
Motion. Second.
Motion by Mr. Smith, motion by Mr. Leidy, second by Mr. Smith. And I'm also going to entertain a motion to remove 10F4, which is our policy 216.2. We are 1 day out of the 30-day between tentative and final. And after speaking with special counsel, it's just, we don't want to be criticized for missing that 1 day of the 30-day between tentative and final. So we're going to push that back to the next meeting.
So moved.
But
Second.
We have that's what I was saying. You already have a motion on the table for the one removal. So
So didn't we complete that? No, we didn't.
you didn't vote.
You're right. I didn't vote on that. Yes, I'm sorry.
That's what I
So
was.
let's take the vote on removing 10E2. I'm sorry,
Okay.
guys.
It's okay. I wasn't sure where we were.
Yep.
Mr. Beard,
Yes.
Mrs. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Leidy,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Weaver,
Yes.
Mr. Galzella.
Yes.
6 yes, 0 no.
So motion to remove 10F4 because we're 1 day out of our 30-day prescribed requirement to between tentative and final adoption of that policy. So I'll entertain a motion to.
So moved.
Right. So a motion by Mr. Smith. And
Second.
By Mr. Beard.
Matt,
to,
Matt, your microphone's not being picked up on the live stream.
okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't hear you other than sitting next to me. There you go.
Yeah.
sure there's plenty to choose from. We have lots today. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that, you're right. So, motion was Mr. Smith and second by Mr. Beard. And I'll take a vote unless anyone wants to discuss why we're postponing that to the next meeting. Okay,
Mrs. Brennan?
Yes.
Mr. Lighty?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Weaver?
Yes.
Mr. Beard?
Yes.
Mr. Gelazella?
yes,
6 yes, 0 no.
thank you. Moving on to number 7, hearings of persons who wish to address the board. I have a stack here. It looks like I have about 4, 2 after and 2 regarding the agenda. So I'll start with Mr. Ed Gross related to agenda.
Good evening, how are you all?
Evening.
I wanted to take my time this evening, if I may, to open us in prayer and pray over your agenda this evening and for guidance. So we can bow our heads. Thank you. Heavenly Father, God, we're just thankful for this time this evening, God. Thank you for the men and women who are giving of their time, Father, this evening to do the work of the school board, Father. And so I just want to pray a blessing over them. Thank you for this opportunity. God, we ask that you grant them wisdom as they work through this agenda. We ask that you grant them courage to act on what wisdom reveals as good and lovely and pure and righteous, Father God, in your eyes. Father, you also want to pray over the kids of this school district and pray, Father, that you would just protect them from the acts of the enemy and from anything, Father God, that would stand against them in their education and their growing as young men, women, and children. We love you, Jesus, and we thank you. It's in your name we pray. Amen. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. James Waltersdorf.
You've removed the item from the agenda.
I'm sorry, sir. Yep, it was unexpected, but it was based on council.
Okay, so the question is it appropriate for me to talk about it?
Yes, sir. I would say so.
Okay, so it doesn't, all right. I am reliably informed that last time or previous time, one of the concerns that was expressed about the proposed policy is that the school district will be sued. I'd like to point out something I read last week. Excuse me while I change my glasses. This is concerning Fairfax County School Board in Virginia, Regulation 2603. The regulation requires that students who identify as gender expansive or transgender should be called by their chosen name and pronouns, and that gender expansive, I'm quoting, gender expansive and transgender students shall be provided with the option of using a locker room or restroom consistent with the student's gender identity. That would appear to be diametrically opposed from what is proposed here. It turns out that a student is suing Fairfax County School District as being in violation of her, because she must call her transgender identifying classmates by their, quote, their chosen name and pronouns, in violation of her sincere religious beliefs regarding the immutability of sex. And because Regulation 2603 permits transgender identifying individuals to use restrooms consistent with the student's gender identity and not just single-use facilities, the complainant and her other female classmates must share restroom and locker room facilities with male students. Furthermore, FCPS policy states that students could be disciplined if they don't comply. Consider this paragraph from the lawsuit. The petitioner believes that being compelled to share common female-designated facilities with members of the opposite sex, including restrooms, directly contradicts her faith, compromises her privacy and modesty, and makes her feel unsafe and uncomfortable. So it appears that the proposed policy that you have may not invite lawsuits, it might protect you from them. So that's my first point. My second point is, I think that your proposed policy is very sensible, very reasonable, very respectful it doesn't force anybody to do something that they don't want to, in contravention to the policy I was just referring to in Fairfax County, Virginia. And finally, I think that we ought to keep in mind that this is an issue of rights versus rights. I'm old enough to remember when Title IX was adopted in 1972. And it was a watershed for girls' sports or women's sports because there was a recognition that they deserved equal facilities with men's sports. We are now threatening that with the notion that people who are biologically male can participate as though they were biological females. And I think that what we have here is a set of rights of one group versus another group, one of which is considerably smaller than the other. So I would hope that you would bear that in mind while you're considering this proposed policy, which I think is a wonderful one. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the people wishing to speak on agenda items. So I just remind,
What was his name?
I'm sorry, that was James Waltersdorf. I'd remind everyone, you get one opportunity to speak to address the board either before on agenda or after, related to any non-agenda item. Just can't come up twice, just as a generalized reminder. So we'll go to action on minutes, number 8. I'd like to make a motion to amend the regular minutes related to February 28, 2024 as submitted to strike from the sentence that includes the quotations, citations from beginning to the end of responded yes.
Second.
So that my motion is second by Mr. Leddy. In discussion, just briefly, I challenged our regular meeting minutes should not quote one side of the argument or the other. They should either make quotes to both sides of the argument or just be a general statement of the discussion so as to not be biased either way in our minutes. So that's why the motion to strike, in fairness, and that will go both ways towards the argument. And our minutes taker has agreed that we should just generalize the discussion without quoting it specifically. So that's the minor adjustment we're making there. So can we voice vote that? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? All right, the motion passes. And we will move on to, if there's no other motion to amend any other minutes, to student representatives.
We want to approve
Oh,
the
you have
rest
to
of, we have to
approve
approve. the
all
rest of them.
Yes, I'm sorry. Let's approve the minutes that were on the table. Thank you. So voice vote. All those in favor of approving those minutes? Aye. Against? Abstentions? All right, minutes are approved. Now we'll go on to our student representatives. Sorry, ladies, the floor is yours.
Most clubs are kind of winding down for the year. They're about to.
Is your mic on?
It is on, but I don't think
It's not working.
Maybe her- yeah,
Let her try that other one.
Tap
Is this one working?
There you go.
Okay.
it. Yeah, I can hear her.
A lot
Thank
of
you.
the clubs are just working on officer elections for the upcoming year, like Trium, Key Club, and all of the class offices are getting ready to re-elect a new class office for next year. The senior class office is getting ready for prom and still planning small fundraisers like bake sales, and they just had a chocolate sale, I'm pretty sure. And then Trium is planning their Mustang Idol, which is just like a singing competition at the high school. And the main assembly is, I think, the upcoming Friday after we come back from break. And then junior class office just finished a Tidal Wave car wash coupon fundraiser. And the sophomore class office is planning a spring kids night in May. And then varsity club is planning their college signing day, which will be May 6th in the high school. And student council is planning teacher appreciation week. And the exec board is presenting at the middle school this upcoming Friday, April 12th, to try and get more middle schoolers interested in student council in the high school. And then National Honor Society is ordering their senior stoles for graduation, and National Art Honor Society has a spring paint day on April 6th.
So fall or winter sports just ended, and swim qualified 4 boys for states and left with 27th place in the state. And Owen Cromer placed 9th in the state for the 50 freestyle. For track, both teams won their first meet. For softball, they are 2-0 and they beat Hempfield. Baseball beat New Oxford and they're 1-0. Girls lacrosse beat New Oxford in their overtime game dedicated to Morgan's Message, which is a mental health organization that they raise money for. And then boys lacrosse is 2-0. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. And again, I'm going to send the offer, stay as long as you like, but don't feel obliged. I know you have other things you want to do. Stay as long as you like, though.
It's not a school night, though.
Agreed. All right, 10A, moving on to Personnel Committee, Mr. Smith.
I'm making a motion to approve 10A 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Second.
All right, motion by Mr. Smith, second by Mr. Leidy. Discussion?
We have a long list because a lot of positions are for next year. We have 4 more substitutes on that list. We have PCAs, custodians, things like that. So it's quite a long list. I don't know if Dr. Burkhart wants to add to that or not, but that's why the list is long so far.
There we go. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Yeah, obviously we have some resignations. We have some new hires. All equally important. I know that the board was involved and appreciative of your support for Mrs. Cortina moving into the supervisor of special education from the middle school assistant principal. So we will now, assuming this is approved, we'll undertake the search to replace her there. Mr. Greenhold, who's hiding back in the back of technology, making sure everything's running smoothly, is retiring this summer. And so we had the task of replacing him. And we are excited to nominate for your consideration Patrick Child. And so we are excited about all of our new employees and look forward to them joining us based on pending approval.
All right, and I'd also like to mention, in reference to 5 and 6, we have 2 new approvals for under this for, I'd like to make a note that Ms. Cortina, are you out there?
She is on vacation with her family.
Okay, I just wanted to give her congratulations for being put into our new role of Supervisor of Special Education. We're still placing that in our organizational chart, but we appreciate her wealth of experience, and I think she'll serve us well in that role. And also, I wanted to thank and congratulate Mr. Child. Are you out there? I'm not sure I saw him either. He's going to be our new Director of Technology, and we are very excited to have him. He has a wealth of experience. During our interview, I can tell you very frankly, he anticipated every question we had before we even asked him. He was that thorough. So very excited to have him come on board as well to manage all our IT needs. If there's no other discussion related to those items?
One more thing.
Yes.
For those in the audience who weren't aware, every member of the Personnel Committee was involved in both of those interviews. We were involved with it in both days, and it was very interesting to see those inner workings there and be able to be involved in the interviews. And the candidates are honestly the best candidates we could have found for both of those positions. So everyone is excited about both of those positions so far, especially with the technology position expanding into implementing curriculum aids in classrooms and stuff like that. Different programs they have in the elementary school is different in the middle school, is different in the high school. So everyone is pretty excited with his background on everything there, so.
Okay. So I'll take a roll call vote if you would.
Mr. Leidy,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Weaver,
Yes.
Mr. Beard,
Yes.
Mrs. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Gelazella.
Yes.
6 yes, 0 no.
All right, moving on to 10B. Ms. Bauer is not here, so Mr. Smith has volunteered to take her section.
Yes. So I'm making a motion to approve 10B, 1, 2, and 3.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Smith, second by Mr. Leidy. Any discussion?
Just paying some bills. That's pretty much all these are. The third one on the list is the buses that we had out for bid, so, have to replace those.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Just one thing to note, just for record, originally there was 3 trade-in buses. Unfortunately, we did have an accident with one of our buses that was not our driver's fault, but the bus was totaled. So we are now keeping back one of the buses we were trade, which is still safe for the road, so that our fleet is at its full service. So there is 2 trade-ins when originally they were scheduled to be 3 due to the accident. So I just want to make everyone aware of that in case they see any discrepancy between this and the last time it was on the agenda.
Thank you for the clarification.
And we're seeking recovery on the bus accident from the person whose fault it was.
Yeah, they're all going through the insurance process. That's correct.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, roll call vote.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Weaver,
Yes.
Mr. Beard,
Yes.
Mrs. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Leidy,
Yes.
Mr. Gelazella.
Yes.
6 yes, 0 no.
Moving on to 10C. Ms. Weaver, I'm going to ask you to separate 1, 2, and 3 from 4 and 5, please.
Okay. But still can do 1, 2, and 3
Individually,
together.
1, 2,
You want-
1, 2, 3, and then 4 and 5 together, if you would.
Okay. Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve item 10C1, which is a recommendation to approve a contract for purchase student services with River Rock Academy for the 2023-2024 school year to provide services at the Newville campus at a per diem rate of $222.44 and a transportation services at a per diem rate of $60.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Weaver, second by Mr. Leidy. Discussion? I'll start by saying, as of 3:30 last night, the contract was not attached to item 10C1. I printed it out. I have special education plan, Key Club, overnight trip request, and Red Cross as the attachments. Did anyone else get an attachment for the contract?
Doesn't say it's attached.
Right, but that's the thing. It's a contract. So where's the contract?
So, I can say from in the past, obviously, as you can see on here, it would say attachment in parentheses. So my assumption is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, we've done this contract before. So,
I agree.
I
I agree why
understand.
you didn't ask, but being the one that has to sign it, I want to see the contract to make sure the board has agreed to the current contract as it's written prior to my signing it. I'd want that affirmation from the board that we're signing a contract we've seen.
I think, I'm going to go, I don't know this 100% certain, but I think the only deviation from the original contract would be the cost per diem.
Okay, I appreciate it. And that's my point. If we're gonna agree to a contract, I'd like us to see it before we vote on it. So I have the same critique for number 2 as well when we get to it. I'd move that we table it pending seeing an attached contract. So,
I have just one additional question.
Yep.
On number
10C1.
Yeah, that's what we're on.
Yep. There we go. Yeah, 10C1, so the River Rock. So is this the same River Rock where the current school year, I think we're buying maybe 10 high school slots and 3 for the middle school at a rate of 173 per day?
Different campus.
Well, there's a pre-purchase price at the beginning of the year. And then if you fill those slots and you have to buy additional service, then there is an increased cost.
Right. So is this 222, is that the pre-purchase price for next year?
No, the way my understanding is for this current school year, so it would exceed the pre-purchase slots that we had already purchased. So we filled our slots that we purchased,
Okay.
and now we're going above and beyond.
Okay.
Well, and to
This
the
also-
point that I think it was Mr. Smith, I didn't catch who said it, but
Yeah.
this is references the Newville
Newville.
campus, and our typical campus is a Spring Grove
Spring Grove.
campus.
Right.
Correct.
So that may have, that obviously, especially when we talk about transportation, will
It's
change the
different.
transportation.
So,
And considering some of our board members are new and haven't seen this type of contract before, I think it's also instructive to what type of contract we have if we're able to read it and see it. So that's why I'm suggesting we make a motion to table it till we see the contract to be able to understand it more fully.
Do we know if there's a time frame for this?
That would
we
be the
have
question, yeah. Good point.
someone, is there someone that has to go there that we need to fill right now, or is there time to evaluate this? Yes, sir.
To respectfully say the attachment is there. If you log into Agenda Manager, it was locked because it has personal information, has student information in it. The contract is attached. I just logged in, it's there.
Okay, so
So it can't be, I'm understanding, it can't be made
Public can't-
public because it pertains individualized student information. So it would be on our board-based agenda managers, not the public-based agenda manager.
So I know a couple of us have experienced this and have reached out to you, Mr. Bull, as far as what device we're accessing it from, and that's a continuing frustration.
You have to log in.
Yeah, and I
don't think
did.
it works on, I'm not sure. No, I've used my phone. You can see it on your phone, but you have to be logged in and look at the actual agenda in the outline. You can't do a
Justin, you can
print.
see it, right?
Okay,
It didn't.
It is there for both
didn't come
contracts.
Downloading it, but
Yeah.
it's there.
So.
I
since this
am
does-
going to ask, how many of us have seen the contract?
I have not seen the contract.
Okay, neither have I. Anyone else seen it?
If you would like to table it for a read, I completely understand that unless it disrupts a student's education. And then in
Well,
that,
that's what-
in that
Right.
Do we
case,
have an
we need
answer
to
on, do
continue
you
on.
know?
Is that, Dr. Ham, is that going to prohibit services to any particular students? Like, are we going to have 2 kids offset or any kids offset?
For both number 1 and 2, the students are already in placement. That's standard practice because we don't have time to wait between board meetings. So we place students
Okay,
and then we get the contracts fulfilled afterwards. So the students are already in place for both. The contract for River Rock is the exact same contract as the other River Rock contract. It's simply a different location, but the contract is identical with the addition of the transportation rate. But that is the difference.
okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Yep.
So considering that they're in placement, I think we can table pending reviewing the contract and we'll iron out our technical difficulties if that's what's preventing us from, but we should definitely see it. And we'll certainly reach out if, there's a technical issue, but as several of us haven't seen it at this point, I'm making a motion that we table it till next meeting.
Second.
So my motion, second by Mr. Lady.
Hold on. We already had a motion and a second for the original, so don't we have
He's
to vote
amending.
that?
Yeah,
Down.
you're right. It would be a motion to amend to table. So there's a motion to amend to table by me and a second by Mr. Lady. So can we voice vote that?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstentions? All right, so the,
And then vote on the table,
and then
right? You voted on
we just
amending-
voted on
amending it.
amending it to, you're right, and now we need a motion to table it to next agenda. So I'll make that motion.
Second.
I'll give the second to Mr. Smith this time. And all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, so the motion's tabled to next agenda so we can see the contract. Before, can I make a motion to amend number 2 before it hits the table? For the same reason, we haven't seen the contract.
You didn't do a motion yet, so
She could just
You,
propose
you
it
could make a
that way.
motion to amend it, or you just make a motion to table it and then have a discussion as to why. I mean, I don't, it depends
Yeah.
on what your concern is with the
So
motion.
related to 10C2, I'm going to make a motion prior to it hitting the table that we table it to next meeting for the same reason. That way we don't have to make an amendment motion, just as it's a motion to table 10C2, because again, I haven't seen the attachment.
Second.
So motion by me, second by Mr. Lighty. Discussion related to that would be, again, I didn't see the attachment. I wasn't able to access it, whether that's my fault. Several of us had that difficulty. So again, I am going to ask, does that impact any of our students?
It was the same.
Same scenario? Same scenario, okay. So same scenario, so I think we have the leeway to do so. So that'll come back up. So all those in favor of tabling it to our April 10th meeting?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And abstentions? All right, so that motion's tabled to April 10th as well. And now, thank you, Ms. Weaver.
I'd like to make a motion for 10C3, which is a recommendation for the final adoption of the Southwestern District Special Education Plan 2024 through 2027. That one is attached to the public agenda.
Big time.
I need a second.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, motion by Ms. Weaver, second by Mr. Lighty. Discussion. So I'm going to seek some clarification on this. So I'd like to understand, this is the special education plan that goes from 2024 to 2027. So this is the comprehensive Southwestern School District Special Education Plan in entirety? Okay. So in looking at that, it's about 110 pages, of which I would say 4 have a description, I'm sorry, 4.5 have a description on how the district proceeds with handling its special education procedures. And looking at this to see what this applies to, what I found was in our policy 113.2 behavioral support, one of the things it refers to in the special education plan is the superintendent or designee shall respond to such incidents whenever we're calling regarding contacting the local police department and how we respond with that incident. It directs us to respond to our special education plan, the superintendent or designee to respond to our special education plan. I see no guidance in the special education plan for how we are to handle when police respond to our building. In looking at the special education plan, there are pages and pages where there are just 2 blocks that advise who we have in the special education support area and how many cases they have. And that's the entirety of that page, and that's about 80% of the report. So I'm questioning if this is a comprehensive plan, then where's the rest of it as far as delineating how we are to respond to incidents of disruption where police are called. It's skeletal, in my opinion, as far as how we handle it. It gives, and just to clarify some of that, the paragraphs talk about least restrictive environment, what the universal practices are to address academic, social, emotional needs of students in accommodation to their learning environments, describing academic programming and training efforts, and then it goes on to say how we restrain students, but it doesn't give any clarity as to how we respond to disruptive behavior in our classrooms, or it's very skeletal. It's very broadly based. And I'd like to understand if this is our comprehensive 3-year plan, how an administrator is supposed to rely on this plan to respond to disciplinary problems as it relates to special education, which we've been suffering of as of late. There have been several instances where in our schools, administrators are struggling to respond to disruptive students that have been identified under special education. This plan does not, to my mind, clearly identify how administrators should respond appropriately. So I would ask where the rest of that is.
Do any of the questions in that plan ask us to answer that specifically? Because those questions are generated by the state, and that plan is then in response to those questions. And I'm curious, do they ask specifically in there for our plan to respond with law enforcement? Not in our policy, but in the plan. Because that plan is a response to state inquiries. It's not generated by us.
So that's my overall question here is if this is our 4-year plan for special ed and it's comprehensive, which I'm being told it is, this is a report we deliver to the state, but this is also a report that we rely on as far as how we are to proceed with special education policy within our district, correct?
Correct, but the response, a police incident is handled, I would say, almost identical, whether it is a special education student, a regular education student, or any other student in that matter. But their rights, I think if I'm clear, hear what you're saying, in terms of response to the rights of a special ed student, they are different in terms of protections afforded to them with resulting school discipline. However, I am not familiar with any protection that would be extended to any student of their disability classification when in regard to law enforcement. So as far as law enforcement, our administrators would contact them if there's a threat to person, themselves, another person, imminent threat to the group, and they would respond accordingly. And the police have been tremendous in their response time. But as far as the designation of a special education student or not, or classification, that doesn't change the police response, and it does not change the call from the administrator. What it changes are the protections afforded to our students with disabilities is how we respond to them in a disciplinary matter based on the behavior that we've observed. It does not include law enforcement. Dr. Hahn, would that be accurate? Please.
Yes, to your immediate question in regard to contacting police, where our building administrators are at liberty to contact police if there's a need for police at the same rate for regular ed and special ed students. The difference would be our response. If a student is eligible for special education and we've contacted the police, then there's some steps that we would need to take in the aftermath. In regard to whether or not they have functional behavioral assessments, whether or not there needs to be a manifestation determination. And those are all processes and procedures specific to students who are eligible for special ed, but the actual call to the police does not. Your prior question in regard to the plan, this plan is not a plan in which we sit down, we talk about the strengths and needs of our school district, we set goals, and then we set action steps. That's not what this is. This is a plan completely driven by the state. This is an online program, which is why the formatting looks a little silly, and it's 111 pages. It is an online program with a series of questions and items that I need to respond to. There is not an opportunity to add any information beyond the specific questions or information requested in the plan. So it's very much it's called a plan, but it's really our district's response to specific questions and protocols that the state wants us to respond to. It's reference to our existing policies. It's responding to specific data that exists. Some of that data is data from several years ago. Some of that data is specific to our audits of special education. Some of it's current data or projected data for the future. But there isn't an opportunity, even an other box, I would say, in this plan where we really give additional kind of information beyond what they're asking for. There's no opportunity to do that in this plan. So it's really us responding to the specific questions that are posed.
So it's formatted. You have to follow the format from the state, basically, is
Correct.
the nutshell. So you're not really responsible for the format. It's fair response, right?
Correct.
Um,
And ultimately, they'll view it and approve it or disapprove it. I can go rogue and add different comments, but ultimately, they're going to tell me that they're looking for specific responses. When they reference the policy, they want to see, the specific policy for positive behavior support, and they want me to talk about that policy. They're not looking for other things. So some of the responses in here are directly related to information that we are required to have in place. It's me basically regurgitating some of that information, quite frankly. Some of the other information, really the only place, and if you recall from the committee meeting we held, the only places where we really had a little bit of wiggle room to talk about what we're doing specifically was the training section, but even that, the professional development section, but even that has prescribed categories that we have to provide professional development in those categories. And there is one block that talks about sort of what we're doing in regard to students that are placed outside of the district and our future initiatives in that regard. Those are really the two places where we have a little bit of perhaps more opportunity to provide some dialogue, but that is it.
I appreciate your explanation of that because I was really confused. I was hoping to actually table this to you, could explain what this plan was because it didn't look like a plan to me. I read it a couple times and I was like, this doesn't make any sense. It's a mess, the formatting, but clearly you put a lot of work into it because
Indeed.
it looks like a lot of work that you put into it. So I do appreciate I didn't understand it. Good thing you did, and I appreciate the work you put into it.
I will say, respectfully, if you don't mind me making this suggestion, I did go back and double check the website. It does have to be posted for 30 days. And similar to the previous issue, it's been 28 days since the meeting when it was presented. Now, I think we have had it on the website for the full 30. However, there is a blurb right above it that says that it'll be there until April 10th. So to be fair, because it was posted that way, this probably should come
And
back.
I'm glad you mentioned that because that was my inclination, was to move this to, we have to the 10th, we have a mental health and wellness committee meeting on the 8th. And during that, I want to drill down on some of the recent issues and possible solutions we could come up with. To my mind, and I know historically in talking with the superintendent, the mental health and wellness committee wasn't necessarily the special education committee, but that's my intent with the mental health and wellness committee. Special education will be addressed under that committee moving forward. So that's kind of my intent, to use that committee to that end. In relation to this and the policy that I cited, one of the areas that I think we have room for improvement is clarification for our administrators when they notify police in regards to a special education student. I think there's been some discrepancy as far as when they're allowed to or when they're not. I would advocate that our administrators should not hesitate to call the police regardless of the student if it's a situation that warrants police response. And I
think
want to,
that's what we both shared.
right,
that we're in
right.
agreement
And I just want to make that clear to all our administrators. If you have a student that's violent or disruptive in your class and you think it warrants police response, then there should be no hesitation to do so. So that's where I would encourage our administrators to take it. If there's violence occurring for safety's sake of the other children in the room, we should be notifying the police to respond, because we are obviously under stronger constraints as far as physically restraining a violent child, whereas the police are not. And I've been in that scenario personally, being on the police end of it. So I can tell you, sometimes that's necessary. And that's why I bring it up in reference to this. So we'll have a larger discussion, but that's in looking at the special education plan, I wanted to know whether that was supposed to be our district's plan or that's a response to the state. And I understand your response. I do appreciate that. In looking at it, page 7 mentions corrective action that was developed during the 2022 monitoring. And it suggested that the LEA submitted an improvement plan to address identification rates of students with emotional disturbance. I'd like to see that improvement plan.
It is in its entirety in front of you. That blurb, the paragraph, is what we submitted to the state and what they accepted.
That's the entire improvement plan?
I'm fairly certain it is, yes. I believe I copied it directly. That was the response I gave the state. This is when you are audited for special education, there are, I believe, thousands of points. Our audit was highly successful. I think we had 11 minor things, most of which were resolved the day of the audit. That was one thing. And what that means to everyone who's listening, essentially the state posts the average percentage of students who are identified in each disability category. For 3 disability categories, our average was not close enough to the state average. So for those 3 disability categories, they wanted to know what we are as a district doing to try and get our average closer to the state average. Now, those disability categories fall in the overarching special education eligibility, which you've heard me say before. We're still slightly under identified. We're very close according to the state average. But within that identification, our specific disability categories that we recognized or identified students with do not match precisely with the state's overall average. So essentially what they were looking for from us was that we're aware of that we're making decisions on an individual basis for students, which is appropriate in the process, and that we are having discussions during evaluations if there is a question under which disability category a student should fall. That is not a cut and dry, it's not a numerical system where, with so many points you're this or that. It's a professional judgment decision, primarily from the school psychologist conducting the evaluation. So really, that is the only response that required, was that we're aware that in those 3 categories, our percentages do not match the state's.
So, ma'am, our percentages don't match that. What you just described sounds like the state arm twisting us to get our numbers up, that our numbers don't match the state average, therefore we must not be doing something right.
Not up necessarily. They just want them. It is, I don't know, in my mind, it's a little arbitrary. They're looking for, here's across the state, every disability category and the state average of how many students are identified. So that's just one of the things they monitor. They monitor each of those categories. And if we have an overrepresentation or an underrepresentation in a category, they want to know why. Our percentage our representation of those 3 categories wasn't even what I would call significant. It just wasn't close enough for them. So we just have to talk about our process. I have full confidence that our school psychologists are making very thorough decisions. They meet on a regular basis, and if there is a complicated case, they discuss and consult with each other on what they're recommending in regard to a disability category.
And that speaks to one of the pieces I want to just discuss more fully at our committee meeting, and that is our identification of the specific classifications of our special ed students. So we have autistic support, learning support, emotional support. I have a concern that we are over-diagnosing. We went from COVID, where we had to put in additional supports to assist our kids that are struggling after COVID and the isolation, to I have a concern that we are over-identifying emotional support. And in doing so, we are hampering our administrators' abilities to respond to disturbances that are caused by these children in our schools that affect the other students in the room. So that's why I would like a clarification on specifically our emotional support classifications, whether we don't have that in this report as far as emotional support identification students, whether we're above or below the state average. And I would like to understand that more fully, and specifically those categories that I consider more arbitrary, such as oppositional defiance disorder, which is any child that basically acts out against an authority figure. Basically, all right, obviously there's more to it, and those DSMs are determined by a psychologist. But those 2 categories, I would argue, that and antisocial behavior can encapsulate more kids than need to be identified as emotional support. And they're in so doing, we hamper our administrators' abilities to address the disturbances in our schools. And that's the bigger discussion we have to have on the 8th. And That's why I reference it here, as far as, is this our comprehensive plan? So I understand what your response is today. This is the state, what they require of us. I would argue we have to come up with a more thorough answer than what we're giving the state.
So
If I may, the question you raised about the classifications, not a psychologist, but it's my understanding that the process of identifying a child is a multi-step process that includes several comprehensive evaluations. And when they arrive at a diagnosis or a classification, that is a pretty thorough and lengthy process. So it is more than just a oppositional defiant to an authority figure. There are other indicators. And I would suggest that maybe what we can do for our board and for the public in general is, although we don't want to identify any specific child, we do want to talk about maybe if we outline the process of what a typical evaluation would encompass, could help create a better picture of the process so that everyone has an idea that this is quite a lengthy and cumbersome process. Necessary and valuable, but nonetheless, it is not a check sheet. It is a very thorough process. Would that be a fair classification or description?
So two things. What you described are types of educational placement and diagnoses, not disability categories. So that's something I can provide you with clarification on. We identify students within disability categories. There's specific criteria at the federal level, and students have to meet those criteria to be eligible within a disability category. So that's what the process is. Our school psychologist did draft a document that lists every step of the evaluation process and all of the parts and pieces, which I believe was shared after one of the prior meetings when this discussion occurred. If you do not have that, I can share it again, but it really outlines all the different pieces of information they review and what they look at. But I can certainly either share that again or also give you information about the specific disability categories that we use.
Right, and so that's the evaluation process, and we're getting a bigger picture of that. But what I requested for the 8th specifically was, and I'll reiterate it now, is the relation of our emotional support students as to the disruptions that we're suffering in our schools. And we have that data set coming, and that's I requested for the entire year. So that will be able to be a data set we can look at to see how many of our disruptions in our school are being committed by students that are in need of emotional support, to identify that by numbers, by data, without, irrespective of our process. We can look at the result end and see how many of these students are creating disruptions that affect the other children who are also equally important in this scenario. So yes, we do need to have an understanding of how we evaluate, but we also need to understand the numbers that are involved here. And that's why I'm asking for that data set, as well as I would like to know how many of our students have been classified as emotional support when they are initially evaluated, how many are classified as emotional support under the DSMs, such as oppositional defiance and antisocial. I'd like to,
That's not how we identify students. That's the part where I just said I will give you information to help you understand. We don't diagnose students and we don't use the DSM-5. We use disability categories as identified by IDEA. So I can give you that information, and then it also gives the criteria for how a student fits into one of those disability categories.
Can I get some clarification on something real quick? What I called earlier, it's, maybe I heard it wrong, but about us being X amount of percent below, so we're under-identified. So the state wants us to hunt and find kids to identify as something? Am I hearing that right? We're under-identified?
We have a child find responsibility as a school district. We are required to seek and identify any student who resides within our school district that has special education needs. So part of our monitoring, which really has no implications at what we're talking about, other than if our numbers aren't quite right, they say, what are you doing about that? Or what is your process? That's really the extent of what occurred. They said, your numbers aren't quite the state average. I said, that is correct. That is our numbers.
So is that a
the
bad
reality.
thing?
it's just a piece of data.
Or the
There's
state
really,
is
yes, it's just a
saying we
piece
have
of data.
state average, we have a
Right.
large population in the school district, so
Yes,
your percentages should very closely mimic the state average.
that is what they're
Because
saying.
your sample size is large enough. And
That
so
is-
if there's
they
It
require
almost
that of
sounded
every
like they
school
were saying
district.
hunt for more,
No.
is what it sounded like.
No, there's
I mean,
really, the paragraph that is in the special ed plan that I submitted to the state to say, here's what our process is and here's how we make decisions about eligibility was all they asked for. There is zero follow-up to that. There's no, we're going to come back and check to see if you've changed it. That is really the extent of it. Our numbers
Okay.
weren't quite there. So what are you going to do? We're going to continue to do what we have been doing. We're going to evaluate children, and we will assign them a disability category as appropriate based on the identification criteria. And if it is questionable, because sometimes it is, we will consult with one another or other experts in that field to make a determination. And that really fulfilled what they were asking of us, and that is the extent of it.
So if I can simplify, if your numbers are low, they say, what are you doing? And she says, this is what we're doing. And they go, okay, you're doing
Correct.
the right thing. So you're good.
Correct.
Okay, I think we've, unless anyone has any burning questions, I think we've,
I don't have a question, but I'd like to make a comment. I think I understand the committee meeting that is coming up, mental health and wellness, but I think we also should consider potentially putting the special education portion under the program committee meeting, because children in the special education category can qualify for special education for reasons that are not mental health and wellness. A physical or neurological disability would qualify a child for special education, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they have a mental health problem. I mean, a child in special education can have a 504 or an IEP. You can have a 504 but being allergic to bees. That doesn't mean they're suicidal, depressive, or going to beat someone up in a classroom. So in order to be fair, I understand and I agree with you that there is work to be done as far as making sure that the mental health and wellness of our children is where it should be. But I think that for the special education portion, that's a program. Special education is a program under our hierarchical chart. So I think maybe we should do the mental health portion, which is super important. And then if we're regrouping or reorganizing or doing any, it's on.
okay, I can hear you through it.
Sorry, I'll talk closer.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanna make sure it's
Regrouping,
working.
reorganizing, or doing anything like that. I think that part of special education should remain under program.
I
Um,
think I agree with you. And I think the problem lies in the behavior. The behavior is where it does fall into the mental health. Mental health is behavior.
Mhm.
Behavior disorders, and I know they don't classify and do DSM diagnoses, which that is actually very good to hear, because I was concerned as to how that was happening. But the behavior is a mental health portion, because that is a problem.
And that crosses
that-
out of special ed
exactly.
too, because
So-
behavioral issues in classrooms are not always caused by children
And
in the
that's what
special
I,
education
and I've
program.
talked about that, as that not everyone with behaviors have special education needs, and not everybody with special education needs have behavior issues. So, but they can. You can have both. So it kind of mixes.
So related to special education plan, I don't think we have any more questions for you. I appreciate you taking the mic, explaining that, what this is, there's a response to say, thank you for that. As far as the Mental Health and Wellness Committee, I understand your point, Ms. Weaver, but I'd say that there are two roles to this. One is the programs, one is the behavior. Mental health and wellness speaks to the behavior, right? We're trying to understand and classify the behavior to properly address it. So I would say that it's appropriately placed either place. Whereas programming covers a multitude of things, I would want mental health and wellness to be able to better focus on it. Even if we have to rename mental health and wellness to the Special Education Committee to more appropriately focus on that portion, I think
that goes backwards to what Christiane just said, right? If we're working with behaviors, you don't turn it into the special education committee, because we just said
So-
that it's not every special education.
But the titling, yeah.
It's irrelevant.
We can discuss the title and what it addressed. We can go back to that committee. That's not the item on the table. So I understand your inputs and we can come back to that, but related to this agenda item, let's not, we'll move forward from this agenda item. So we're moving to table this to April 10th is what I'm hearing, because we're out of that prescribed 30-day again. So I'd entertain a motion to amend the motion to table.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Mr. Smith,
Second.
second by Mr. Lighty. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? All right, so the amendment passes. Now we make a motion to table to April 10th. Anyone?
Make that motion.
Mr. Smith motion,
Second.
second by Ms. Brennan. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None? Abstentions? All right, so that motion passes. So this is moved to April 10th.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion for 10C4 and 5, 4 being the recommendation to approve the request from the Key Club for an overnight trip from April 5th to April 7th to attend the Key Club District Conference at State College, Pennsylvania. The trip would involve 4 students and 1 advisor. And number 5, a recommendation to approve the license training provider agreement between the American National Red Cross and Southwestern School District for the purpose of licensing Red Cross training materials and curriculum in order to allow the delivery of instruction.
Second.
Motion by Weaver, second by Mr. Smith. Discussion?
So the Key Club, as stated, is planning to attend their district conference. They did submit paperwork with more details that was provided. And then I would imagine, as with any company, in order to utilize their materials and curriculum, you have to have an agreement to do that. Obviously, the National Red Cross does safety, first aid, CPR, life-saving types of training.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Weaver. Any other discussion? Seeing none? Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Beard. Sorry.
I had one question about the field trip. In the section that says non-district budgetary costs, it refers to an organization account balance. So is that's the Key Club, that their account balance from fundraisers or what, that's not the budgeted amount from the district, right?
It's my understanding is it's the club's running account. Yes, they're fundraising.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll go with a roll call vote.
Mrs. Weaver,
Yes.
Mr. Beard,
Yes.
Mrs. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Lighty,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Gelazala.
Yes.
6 yes, 0 no.
Okay, we are at 10D1.
want
Would
me to
anyone
take
like to take,
Want me to take it for Rich?
please? I appreciate that.
10D1, 2, and I'd like to make a motion to approve 10D1, 2, and 3. These are all payments.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Weaver, second by Mr. Smith. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Beard,
Yes.
Mrs. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Lighty,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Weaver,
Yes.
Mr. Gelazala.
Yes,
6 yes, 0 no.
thank you.
I'd
Moving
like
on
to make a motion to approve item 10E1. It's a tuition waiver, and it was discussed in special executive session earlier.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Lighty, second by Mr. Smith. Discussion? So I have discussion related to this item. Stand by. We're on the wrong one. Okay. Nope. Yeah, we're not on policy 200 yet. This is policy 202. So no discussion from me. Anyone else? All right, roll call vote.
Mrs. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Leidy,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Weaver,
Yes.
Mr. Beard,
Yes.
Mr. Gilzella.
Yes.
6 yes, 0
We decided to table 10E2 as described earlier in the meeting, and deletions. I'd like to make a motion to approve 10E3 and 4.
Second.
So these are similar. One is on here because we are approving a application that was put in a day late. The lacrosse team is requesting to use the Southwestern, I believe West Manheim Elementary athletic field. And I guess someone must have forgot to apply for it. So they were already there on the 17th and they asked us on the 18th if they could be there. And so 4 is a request to use it going forward.
So the only question I would have is administratively, do we question who was responsible for that error?
Nate's here.
I believe it was the applicant who was responsible for the error.
Okay,
So is that correct, Mr. Osborne?
Yes, that was correct. The applicant, frustrating, it's a team that routinely does this every year. Clearly states in our policy, 30 days notice request for Sunday activities. His claim is on Monday morning when we received it the day after. He forgot, I'm sorry. So that's why we separated that one out. We weren't sure how else to handle it, as it is board policy for organizations request use for Sundays 30 days in advance.
So the only real problem I see with this is they lucked out and no one was on the field Sunday, March 17th. It could have been a very different situation. So, I mean, I know you do your job very, very well, but this can't happen. I mean, if someone else was there using it and they came in and said, oh, well, we plan to use it, shucks, we forgot to file the paperwork. That's very disappointing for the children. So, I don't know, I feel like they lucked out this time, but like, you're playing with fire.
what are the penalties involved if they use the field without permission?
So that's why we put it in front of the board the way we did. There is no stated practice penalties. In general, this doesn't rear its head very often. When it does, it's frustrating. As Ms. Weaver said, we can't coordinate, we can't mitigate the conflicts of use of fields if we don't know about it. So
When they use the field on the weekends on a Sunday, is there access to a bathroom facility?
they generally will bring a porta pot in and set it up for their season.
Oh, okay. So they wouldn't have
So
needed building access.
moving forward, as it's occasional, you don't feel like there needs to be a penalty enforcement piece to our policy, do you? Or do you?
Well, I think maybe there's merit to that conversation.
Yeah,
Because if there is no
enforcement,
to it, I'm fearful that it does, not that it happens a lot, but it does happen. And I'm not saying that's the case in this one, but it's pretty easy to say, oh gee, I forgot. In this case, there's no fees involved just because of the dynamics of it. In other cases, it could be the district missing out on fees. It could be a D organization that said, oh gee, I forgot. Didn't do it. So I mean, there's probably avenues for the board to consider as to whether some clause to the policy.
so are you asking for penalties in this case, or is this a one-off and you note who did it and don't do it again?
Well, we shot that warning back to them.
Okay.
And at this point, since we do not have a stated policy of retribution, I think we take them to
Right.
again. And, if the board wants to pursue a change in policy going forward, I think that's absolutely up to the board.
So I will turn to our solicitor and ask, typically in other schools, are you aware of any penalty clause for improper use of facilities?
Not that I know off the top of my head, but sometimes those are embedded in the contracts. So they're not maybe potentially in the policy, but they might be, and I know there's like the facility use agreement that might be
Just in the
associated
policy.
or attached to the policy, but not necessarily in it. I don't think it's a bad idea to have it in the policy. I just don't know off the top of my
Okay,
head
fair enough.
of a particular.
But in this case, we don't have
I mean,
a
it would be
policy in
like
place.
you
so
do it
we-
once and you never get to use it again, or something like that. I feel
Yeah.
like I've seen those in a facility use agreement where it says like, if you violate this, the terms of this agreement, then you run the risk of not being able to use our facilities in the future. But I don't know that I would tie that necessarily to a failure to get even permission, because my solicitor concern is liability if
Yep.
anything had happened.
Right.
So that's, and so, insurance wouldn't have covered anything here, they wouldn't have had that benefit.
Mhm.
Right,
But I
and
don't know. if
And I don't want it to seem like we do not want the fields to be used by our kids. Of course we do. But this time, it was a youth lacrosse league that happens to be the Southwestern Boys Lacrosse League. It could have been a full-size men's flag football team, and they could have absolutely destroyed that field, ripped it up in the rain and the mud, and then the principal of West Manheim showing up on Monday and going, what in the heavens happened here? We don't have a contract. We don't know who it was. And look at the damage they've caused. So certainly not trying to turn groups away from using our fields, just more of a, there's a process for a reason type of thing. Nate, I don't.
There is, in policy 707, there is a paragraph that says, in the event an individual or organization violates the policy, which does indicate you need permission, that organization or individual forfeits the right to use the district facilities and the right to submit future written requests unless otherwise decided by the board. So it's generally there, but I think the specifics about this particular actual permission situation is something that could be addressed more specifically.
I guess here would also be the porta potty issue. So they showed up to use it and there might not have been a porta potty there. So
Right.
they might have had to do without on that day too, if we knew about it a day later.
So again, to echo Ms. Weaver's thoughts, this is a 1 day out and, it's our own team. So I'm not advocating that we drop the hammer here, but we, as a board, I will say, my opinion is if this were to reoccur or there were damages or liabilities as a result, I would think our reaction would be to seek litigation, right? If you damage our fields or incur an injury without our authorization, that's a lawsuit scenario. And is that unfair? Is that typically what you've done in the past? Have you had to do that in the past? Probably not, right?
I would say that the most relevant thing in the past is if somebody would cause damages or incur costs and not
Have
pay
permission?
retribution, we would just say, hey, don't submit any more requests, because we're not gonna grant them.
Okay.
So in a case like this, I feel that that's probably a little bit overreaching.
Mhm.
Oh, I forgot.
Yeah, and I'm not saying we'd apply it here, but
I'm just saying, if going forward, does the board need to discuss it more?
Mhm.
That's really our only
enforcement.
action enforcement at this point is threatening to not approve any more subsequent uses, which people do forget, stuff
Yep.
happens.
Yep.
And every situation's a little bit different.
Okay, thank you.
I think this is a conversation for the future that we need to probably add something to this policy, but I just wanted to get Nate's opinion on a $50 penalty. What do you think would be, for an organization that's not paying a fee anyway? I feel like a $50 penalty would be pretty stiff and they would want to avoid that.
Mr.
Yeah.
Osborne, if you want to develop a suggestion and bring it forward to a policy committee, we can certainly reexamine, giving you another enforcement option if you think it's warranted. And we'll discuss varying levels depending on the need.
Yeah, I would request that maybe we table this aspect.
Yep.
of our building and grounds committee or something. Talk through a couple of the scenarios that may
Okay.
occur.
Very good.
And try to anticipate
Okay,
a little bit of leeway in how we.
right. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Yep, so we're discussion, now we're to vote, and that's reference to 10E.
3 and 4.
3 and 4, thank you.
Truthfully, what are we voting on for 3?
Uh,
It already happened.
4 doesn't have the 17th in the listing there, so we're voting
Really
to
just voting
approve
on
them for that
4.
day. Yeah, and then 4 is the rest of the days that they want.
Yes. Okay.
So we could theoretically reject 3 and,
Well, 3's done. The
Yeah, I
17th
mean,
was
it's-
last weekend.
yeah.
So it's
So
just
we're
like, I mean,
retroactively approving three?
Yes, yes,
that-
that's what we're,
Okay.
That's
Well,
what we're
then
doing?
let's
Okay.
not retroactively approve the illegal use that happened under three then, would be my discussion point.
I don't know if that has any implications
Might,
or
might
not.
be a better idea to approve it. Someone comes back a couple weeks, says, I got hurt on the 17th.
Better idea to approve it?
Approve it, yeah. I think it's just, because if there's, I just think, I understand what you're
Okay.
saying, but they did it. I understand that. I'm sure Mr. Osborne had a very poignant conversation with them. And I think they'll probably be aware of the discussion tonight, but I would recommend approving it just because of they
Limited
used it.
liability.
and
Okay. Fair point.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All right, vote please.
Mr. Lighty,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Weaver,
yes,
Mr. Beard,
Yes.
Mrs. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Gelzella.
Yes.
6 yes, 0 no.
I'd like to make a motion to approve 10E5. It is a proposal expulsion in a disciplinary matter that was discussed at executive session.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Lady, second by Mr. Smith. And no discussion needed. We'll go to a vote.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Weaver,
yes,
Mr. Beard,
Yes.
Mrs. Brennan,
Yes.
Mr. Lighty,
Yes.
Mr. Gelzella.
Yes.
6 yes, 0 no.
Okay, moving on to 10F1. I'm going to start with that one. It's a recommendation to approve the final adoption of policy 200 enrollment of students. I jumped the
Second.
gun a little early. Thank you. Motion by me, second by Mr. Lighty. Discussion? Related to policy 200 and reviewing this, I was made aware that we have an insertion in this policy. The district shall not inquire to the immigration status of a student as part of the enrollment process. In looking at the legal citations that were dutifully inserted by our solicitor firm, I note that there is a PA code that states the same. That states immigration status. A child's right to be admitted to school may not be conditioned on the child's immigration status. A school may not inquire regarding the immigration status of a student as part of the admission process. I find this highly concerning. We pay approximately $14,000 per student. We have a immigration crisis at our border right now. If 10,000 of those illegal immigrants that have entered our country were to come into our district tomorrow, under this policy, we would be required to enroll them all at a cost to our taxpayers. I find that highly offensive, and I am not going to vote for that. I am going to seek, even if I have to go to the state and seek options, I am going to look into this as I've just become aware of it. I want to seek further counsel and understanding of this. So for that reason alone, I'm suggesting we table this policy to allow time for further investigation. Because if you're not in our country legally, you are subverting our laws. And anyone who is therefore a criminal subverting this nation's laws, under my opinion, we should not be proffering taxpayer money to support that. We have a duty to our taxpayers to use their money appropriately. That's where I stand on the issue.
Do we also, for newly, or students who are coming in to enroll, is there a general policy regarding like vaccines and those sorts of things?
Yes.
So that we know medically, we know where a prospective new student stands and that there are some, for instance, there's a measles outbreak right now.
so
So-
Pennsylvania is, unless it's changed recently, Pennsylvania's vaccination is a religious and philosophical exemption state, which means that you can claim to not vaccinate your children based on your religious beliefs, also based on philosophical beliefs, which are semantically is much larger. So we do absolutely have students in this district that are unvaccinated. We absolutely do. And studies will show that they are at a far greater risk than the vaccinated children. So the parents that make the conscious decision to not vaccinate their children, generally speaking, are aware of the risks to their children because they're theirs and they made that call. But the children who are vaccinated, which for measles would be the MMR, they would provide proof of that at registration, or they would have to sign what's the word? A waiver, affidavit, right? If they chose not to vaccinate, what are they signing?
An affidavit,
Affidavit, that's what I thought.
like an exemption form from the doctor, it depends.
As far as your desire to table it, if you want to table it to do your due diligence, I support that because I believe in knowing all the details before we make a decision. The children didn't flee their countries by themselves. And
Right.
in
Parents are
order,
responsible for children.
they are. And in order to register my children in this district, I just needed to provide proof that I lived in a house in the district. So whether they're here, I mean, you never asked me if I was here legally.
If you own a
I-
home, you're paying taxes. That's the point.
Right,
If
and
you-
that,
If you own a home, you're paying taxes.
If you rent a home, you're paying to the property manager who
Yep,
pays the
you're
taxes.
still paying taxes if you rent.
I'd ask the room to allow the board to discuss it and have a healthy discussion. Thank you.
So like I said, if you would like to table this, I support that so that you can get the answers, because I don't know the answers and I'm not going to pretend that I do. But I think, I feel like this is gonna be a hard one, because if you don't own and you rent, and it is ultimately that landlord's responsibility to pay those taxes, the landlord could be a legal immigrant and the renter could not. And it just, I feel like there's a lot of questions here that would muddy it out so badly that it would be nearly impossible to prove. You could make it so it was nearly possible to prove either way.
So.
But like I said, table it if you would like to. I don't want to make the
I
meeting
understand
longer.
it is a very difficult, complex discussion to have. And looking at this initially, one of the things I looked at immediately was what is being done federally. And one of the things I discovered late, last night in fact, is that the House passed a bill to prohibit schools from housing anyone that is illegally in our country. That passed the House and it's in Senate right now. And it says if you house temporarily or long-term any child who is in the country illegally, your federal funding will be pooled. That's currently passed the House and it's in the Senate, and it's responsive to what has been occurring in New York, where schools were being used to house children who were brought in illegally by their parents. That bill is being discussed right now. So it's a bigger discussion. I realize it's very difficult, but in looking at this policy, right behind it is what we require of our military families. What we require our military families to do is provide continued proof that they reside in our district. But if you're here in the country illegally, we don't need to ask you anything. You can come here and we'll school you for free. So we prescribe against our
They do, any person who registers in our district must show residency. So if what we can't say is, if someone presents to us and says, here's my proof of residency, let's say it's a electric bill. We can't say to them, are you here legally or illegally? We can only say, are you a resident? If they show residency, then they can enroll. And we have a specific number of days in order to get them enrolled.
and that
So
includes the homeless, the
a homeless is, homeless, yes. A homeless is a little bit, the enrollment, yes, but the homeless is a little bit different. That's under the McKinney-Vento Act, and there are some regulations there. Just a point of clarification, Mr. Galazelli, when you say house the students, do you mean provide education or do you mean provide shelter and gyms and cots? So that they,
I did look at that to see if that was clarified in the law. All it says is temporarily or long-term house a student. So as one of the ways to argue against this, I would say we are temporarily housing them for but what's our school day? How long are they here total? 7 hours?
Yes,
7.5? So we're housing them for 7.5 hours. And so we would be in violation. That's what I would argue as a way to argue against this prohibition against determining whether someone's legally here using taxpayer money to receive our education. Today we had to discuss a scenario where a family, whether they're inside or outside of our district, and we had to go into great detail and length to identify when they're here and when they're not.
Mhm.
So to do that, but when we have to deal with a family who is in the country illegally, to just give them a pass and say, hey, so long as you're here, legally or illegally is irrelevant.
So would that become, so under the policy, if it were to change, we would ask everyone to prove residency and citizenship?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Or appropriate immigration documentation.
Well,
Like,
agreed, but I mean, in one
Green
part or
card.
the other. You
Right.
either have a green card or your citizenship, but if you can't produce either, then this policy would then basically say, don't enroll that child.
Right.
Ms. Dalton, it wasn't clear to me what changes have been made on this policy in order to bring it up to our attention. Obviously, it's not the immigration status. That's been there for a while.
I think it was to bring it up to date to the other policy on the agenda, policy 254, in regards to enrollment of, as Mr. Galazella mentioned, students and, children in military
Oh, okay.
families. So just
It
to
made them
ensure,
together.
because the difference with the new law passed relative to military families and their children is that they can actually register prior to moving, which is unique. And so that is, so as long as they show that they're going to be moving in, that they're going to be stationed, or that they have so that's unique to enrollment processes that you can plan ahead.
So we don't have anything that's going to hold up by waiving
Correct.
this
You
policy
wouldn't,
right now.
correct. I don't think unless you.
Well,
That's what I'm.
But we also have a policy, if you're a prospective resident, so you're going to rent, build, or you're purchasing a house, our policy does allow them to
Right,
I guess, future
right.
enroll.
But the law that, the new law on the, for military families has just a specific, documentation timeframe. But I don't believe that, as I would just say this, there's the law in place and we have to apply relative to the military family enrollment.
Yeah,
So
no,
updating the policy is just a reflection of that, but if it has to hold off.
So if we
Nice.
table policy 200, it's not really affecting anything right now that we know of.
I would say status quo would stay in place. So children who would be enrolled.
And lastly, in considering this, and my understanding constitutional law, which I was educated in when I became a police officer, the federal government is empowered with specific powers. What they're not able to do is restrict local government from making more restrictive laws. Okay? They can prohibit certain things and we can't go beyond those restrictions. We can't go outside of those restrictions. But as a local government, we are allowed to further restrict locally. And that's what I'm seeking to do here. I'm seeking to further restrict according to our statutory powers within the state. And that's the discussion I'm going to have with our state's representatives as far as the rights of people who are not citizens of this country. This is basically a requirement to fund people who don't live here, who aren't U.S. citizens. We are taking money from taxpayers and spending it on people who are illegal in the country under this policy. At the very least, going forward, if there is no change or outlet that we can divert to, I'm going to suggest we remove it from our policy. So we're not stating this occurs here. The state wants to make that prohibition, they can make it, but we're not going to do that here. That's not what we believe in. That's where I would take the policy going forward if there is no way around this. So at this time, unless there's any other discussion.
My greatest concern is, regardless of who the student is or where they come from, is the health implications. I know there's religious exemptions and philosophical exemptions. What I would not want is for us to turn a blind eye because a person fits in some special category, turn a blind eye to the health implications for the rest of the students and the staff in the school building. So.
Health-wise, don't we require a physical?
Yeah, but there's, as as was brought up earlier, there are religious and philosophical
Right, okay,
exemptions. So
good point, right, okay.
the only time I think the policy allows us is if there is and Dr. Dalton, it's been a while since we've had this conversation, but if there is a specific communicable disease that you're demonstrating symptoms of, or you can be excluded from school until they've subsided.
Okay, so there was a motion, a second, and I made a motion to table. Did I get a second?
Yes.
Yes. So my motion, second by Mr. Beard, to amend to table indefinitely pending review. So any discussion towards tabling before we go to a vote? All right, let's go to a vote.
Mr. Beard?
Yes.
Mrs. Brennan?
Yes.
Mr. Lighty?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Weaver?
Yes.
Mr. Gilzella?
Yes.
6 yes, 0 no.
All right, then we have to have the motion to table. So anyone make that motion? Mr. Beard, second by Mr. Smith. And a roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Brennan?
Yes.
Mr. Lighty?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Weaver?
Yes.
Mr. Beard?
Yes.
Mr. Gilzella?
Yes.
6 yes, 0 no.
Lee.
And then moving to
It's
I'm sorry.
Well, it's okay. I'll, yep.
10F2 and 3. I'll entertain a motion together on those unless anyone wants to separate them.
Yeah, motion.
Motion by Mr. Lady,
Second.
second by Mr. Smith. Any discussion related to items 2 or 3? And that's policy 254, educational opportunity for military children, and final adoption for policy 819, suicide awareness, prevention, and response. Any discussion? Seeing none. Roll call vote?
Mr. Lighty?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Weaver?
Yes.
Mr. Beard?
Yes.
Mrs. Brennan?
Yes.
Mr. Gilzella?
Yes.
6 yes, 0 no.
We struck item 4, other business or reports. Do we have any? None. We'll move on to 10G1, Ms. Brennan.
Thank you. There is no real update in the Mental Health and Wellness Committee. As we mentioned earlier, we will be having the committee meeting Monday, April 8th at 4 o'clock, preceding the committee of the whole meeting. Some of the topics I think we'll be covering will be, as we discussed earlier, behaviors related to the issues going on with some of the schools and the disruptions going on amongst the kids and/or problems being able to teach and the havoc that it's causing. I know that another portion of it will be resources. Whether or not we have a speaker come in regards to that, I also will be bringing in hopefully some additional potential resources that maybe families and/or the school can use in regards to mental health, behaviors, and such. And also, I hope to discuss maybe some of the Hoffman Home, Presley Ridge, York Learning Center, kind of some of the intricacies of that's going on and what that means or what that includes as regards to the school. That's kind of where I'm going with it right now. Might be some additional things, but that's really all I have right now.
And I'd just like to add to that. So also, I intend to discuss possibly moving evaluations for kids that are causing disruptions in our schools to basically fast track them. We have a backlog of evaluations we do. So being able to fast track those kids that are causing disruptions and disturbances in our schools I think that will serve our entire school population, both the child and the classroom that they're disrupting. So as well as discussing additional alternative placements for children who are continually disrupting our classrooms that need emotional support. We're required to continue to provide them an education. We need to develop systems similar to STEEDS, which did exist and does exist over here at the middle school, an alternative placement for places for us to continue to educate those children that need emotional support without allowing a continual disruption in the classrooms. So anyone who has suggestions on alternative placements, I would love for you to bring those to that committee hearing. Love to hear them. And then we're also going to provide an opportunity. Sources of Strength reached out to me and requested that they come and further identify their program and what it attempts to do and the procedures that they engage in. They requested a follow-up, so we've given them a format to come and speak to us if they wish, and I believe they're sending someone. Have they responded back?
I have not gotten a response back yet.
Okay, initially, they contacted me requesting that capability, but
Yeah, I did.
after multiple repeated attempts, you've gotten no
I've
response.
gotten nothing.
Okay,
So I did send a third or fourth email yesterday or Monday, and I'm still waiting to see if they are sending someone, so.
okay. Dr. Ham, do we have a network that we can go up through to kind of prompt that, let them know, hey, we're providing you the opportunity you asked for?
Yeah.
So I think PA is who requested to speak. We have communicated to them that we're separating from them.
I think it was distinct. There was your Youth Move PA and there were Sources of Strength International. That was
Dr. Quick.
Dr. Quick. Yes, that's
Oh.
who requested the additional opportunity. So that is Youth Move PA. Okay. All right. Thank you for the clarification.
I have one more thing to add for that particular
Yep.
meeting. Originally, President Commissioner Julie Wheeler said that she would come and talk about some resources at the county level that she can offer the district. Unfortunately, she checked her calendar and couldn't make it, so she is sending the new Human Services Director for York County. So she will be coming to tell us what other resources are at their disposal as far as mental health goes as well. So we do have that lined up as well. So she said she would come and introduce herself. She was just hired. She's a new hire by the county, so that those positions were moving around. So she will come and it's Melissa Leathery, I believe is her name. And she is coming to introduce herself and go over some of those resources. So
I am familiar with her.
also good things.
She used to be the director of Hoffman Homes.
Yeah. Yep. So we have quite a few things for that day, for that meeting. So.
Okay, thank you. So moving on, 10H1, Negotiations Committee. I'll take that since Mr. Gelsinger is away. No report. We did discuss Act 93 and moving with that, but until we basically meet out where we're placing the supervisor of special education, which is currently not on our organizational chart, we felt it appropriate to determine the organizational chart and then complete the Act 93. Safety Committee, 10I1, that's me, no report there. Legislative PSB report, related action, do we have anything on that? I don't. Okay. And then we'll move on to reports, 12A, Solicitor.
Nothing to add to the report that I submitted.
Okay. York School of Technology, 12B, 1 and 2. I know they're currently going through negotiations. And is there any other additional, as the superintendent of record, I'm going to ask you if there is anything.
Nothing outside of the ordinary. I do know they have, believe it or not, Mr. Bull, they are also doing the SpongeBob the musical.
Yeah.
And that I believe that's right. We were first. That is later this, actually, it's not April yet, but it'll be later in April.
Okay. Thank you. LIU?
So there's no report. I will say that I attended the first York LIU Joint Authority Board meeting last week on March 20th. I'm not sure if many of the public, I can say for certain that prior to being here, I didn't know what the York Learning Center was. It is at the old Central York High School building on East 7th Avenue in the city of York. I was able to take a tour. It encompasses a slew of many, I guess, categories, disabilities. We were sent into many of the different rooms. They housed all different grades. Southwest has 9 kids there. I do know that. So it was nice to see. It was nice to take a tour, see what it was about, the amount of assistance and what it encompasses. Most of the York County school districts are a part of it, not all. And if they are not a part of it, they can still attend via a different way. But the majority of the school districts in York County attend. But I was able to be a part of the first meeting of the year, and we did pass a budget there. But it was nice to go. So
Recreation Committee?
So at our last meeting, the board requested that Ms. Lori Billman be available to answer any questions in regards to the Recreation Committee. And as per the fact that our administrators are not they do not necessarily have to be at the planning meeting, which was the first meeting. She was not there, but she is here this evening. If there are any questions in reference to the Recreation Commission that anyone has for her.
I believe in particular you were looking for some numbers, budgetary wise. Mr. Furman, Mr. Mummert could probably help you with those, but perhaps you just wanted to know specifically number of students attending. Prior to my arrival at elementary school, there was a different program that was offered. When I arrived in 2021, we were looking at the time period of COVID. We made some changes and made it a half-day experience for our students, with pre-registration being a requirement, simply because of accounting for numbers, safety needs, recognizing our students' needs, and planning accordingly with supplies and events. In 2021, we registered 162 students among the 4 elementary schools as pre-registration for the program. The average daily attendance at a particular site would have been about 14 students at the 4 different sites. It is typically an 8-week program. At the end of June and July of 2021, we serviced 1,218 kids. In 2022, we had 237 students pre-registered. We averaged about 24 students at a site, having 4 sites available, providing 2,097 students an experience throughout those 8 weeks. In 2023, we had 239 pre-registrations, daily average attendance, 24 students at 3 sites because Park Hills Playground was being renovated. Provided a program to 1,872 students. Typically, we have a program supervisor who oversees all 4 of the elementary program experiences, along with an administrator being myself, who helps with leading the program. We have on-site supervisors, typically 2 on-site supervisors, and then additionally 3 aides or 2 aides based upon the number of students in attendance. Last year, we added in nursing staff so that we had a nurse at every program. Some of the needs last year in regards to the nursing needs, we had needs for diabetes services, seizure-related services, and perhaps concussions that can come with a fall or hit at the playground area. Just some ideas as to what the program offers. It's a 2.5-hour experience in the morning or the afternoon for the kids. They can choose to sign up as to whatever location they wish. It is intended to be an opportunity for play, socialization, and being active with their like-aged peers. We expect them to be independent and interested in a social experience. We do try to provide a theme-based activities. Activities might include the use of the playground, the outdoor equipment, board games, arts and crafts, chalk activities, all while being supervised and integrated into a daily schedule according to the supervisors. In regards to budgetary needs, I believe Mr. Furman, Mr. Mummert could share with you those specific numbers. Our expenses would be according to staffing, mileage rate, because our children, sorry, our individuals working the program go from one morning program to the afternoon program. And then we typically have about $1,000 expenses for supplies, materials, T-shirts for our camps, for our camp supervisors and aides. Any other questions you might have?
So I have to admit, I'm not very familiar with the program. I think it's a great idea. The question here is whether it's worth it with the addition of the nurse. I'm sure you're aware. If you can clarify for me how the program is starting at one school and going, so anybody that wants to go to West Manheim will go in the morning, but if they want to go to the Park Hill School, they can go in the evening or the afternoon. So we're going to have 2 a day.
We have 2
Depending
running
on
in
where
the
you're at,
morning.
you
We
can go
have
in the
2
morning or
running
the
in the
evening.
morning and 2 running in the afternoon.
Okay, so all 4 of them will run each day, but there's only 2 at a time.
Correct.
Okay. And then you're saying that you had, just as an example, in 2023, 239 students register. But then you said that over the 8-week program, you served 1,872 students. How does that work?
Because obviously those kids, I counted for every single day that those kids that
Okay.
pre-registered.
That's what
So
I
you can
thought.
look at the numbers in a couple different
So
ways.
we had 1,872 visits to our
Correct.
program,
Sure.
not that many students.
Students.
So around 240, or did some sign up
Based upon-
afterwards?
Usually based upon the registration numbers is about where we stay,
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
certainly.
So reference to the nurse that we have, I mean, that basically almost doubled the cost of the program from our understanding. That's $10,000 cost.
I believe Mr. Furman
Approximately,
could
That's right.
more or less.
validate that.
So we have multiple locations, so the nurse is responsive to either location or on one, or?
We were requested that they be on site based upon when the activity or the program was operating. So for example, Manheim and Bearsville typically had a morning program, so we had 2 nurses, one at Manheim, one at Bearsville.
And that inculcated the entire 10,000, or is that 10,000 per nurse?
That's the entire 10,000. Right.
Entire 10,000, okay. So your budget over the past 3 years, has that increased, stayed the same, irrespective of the nurse part? It stayed pretty much constant?
It's increased slightly, but the nurse, obviously, that
Yeah.
was, a $10,000 increase to the budget. So that was the big hit.
And the children that they serve, this is the first time we've encountered kids with these kind of needs that requires a nurse in our summer program? Is that why just the recent addition?
I can speak to the past 3 years. Up to this time, either those families did not make the choice to enroll, or we're seeing
Okay.
more opportunities for all of our families to want to be involved in a school-based opportunity or program.
So in supporting those students, how many students would a nurse support before we had to add additional nurses? Are we talking 10, 20, like where is the
If you use
addition?
the school nurse rule, we wouldn't come close.
So they'd support,
If you put a
Additional-
nurse at each site in a summer camp, you would be more than within the guidelines of supporting the students appropriately.
is the guidelines hundreds, tens?
It's like, I think it's 1,500 in the school building, or we have to have a certified school nurse for every 1,500.
I don't remember, but.
It's about in that range.
Can I
So-
make one quick clarification? Because I think this might be what you're asking, and I want to make sure we're
The
using
balloon
the right
effect,
term.
yeah.
A school nurse provides medical care when needed. There is the possibility that a student enrolls in this program who needs an aide, which is not a nurse.
Right.
So a PCA is what we would call them during the day, which is a personal care assistant. I don't know if it would be the same thing in the summer program, but that is not included in the 10,000 for the nurse. That would be additional. That nurse could not provide the PCA care for one child because then she couldn't, or she or he could not service the rest of the population of the children. So that is truly the piece that is unknown, because it won't be known until the children sign up and enroll if there would be a child that would need that. And my understanding through the committee, sitting on the committee for so many years with Ms. Billman as well as Dr. Cromer, if we offer this program on school grounds during the summer, we are legally bound to provide, because it is a school-run program, not an external program that comes in and utilizes our facilities. We would be legally bound to provide that PCA or TSS or whatever that person is for that child at our cost, which would then further increase the cost of the program. Am I understanding that correctly?
That was my understanding.
So because this is a school program, we're going to have to balloon to provide additional educational or supports, basically. And so then the next question that begs to be asked is, as a school, we can't require money to enroll. Has that been explored?
I couldn't answer that question for you. I'm not involved in the rec commission committee, so I don't know if they've ever explored that.
So that would be one of the questions I'd ask, like, as these costs balloon, rather than killing a program, because we have additional, I like the program too, both my kids were availed of it. But as the cost becomes, vast, we have to consider whether it's cost prohibitive. And so that's the next question is, can we charge for access? And if not, do we have someone that's willing to step in and continue the program so that they can then charge for use on our grounds and we would allow facility use? Has that been explored?
I don't have the answer to that.
Okay.
I just would again want to make sure that we provide this opportunity for all kids if they so choose to be enrolled. So fees could always be a concern, I guess.
We have not explored a third party offering it.
Okay.
You had mentioned that some of the duties of the nurse was possible concussion, a child that had diabetes. Do you know if we gave insulin or anything like that?
I can't disclose too much in regards to confidentiality, but I would share that
We
these
needed the
these
nurse.
skills were addressed.
So, and I think that was the concern is, how much is the nurse actually doing there and whether or not they're required. It sounds like they're absolutely required. But the bright side is that they've opened it up to children that do need that opportunity, to have them there. So, I don't know.
It's a tough one. I appreciate the additional
You're welcome.
information. Absolutely. Thank you.
And just to reiterate, and thank you, Ms. Billman. The reason that this conversation started was that I had brought up to the board that we do have a pending budget, which has not gone for approval, and the typical sourcing of candidates for the employees of this program, which is typically college-age students in early education or something that they would want to work with children. That sourcing is typically done in March and early April when these students are home for spring break and looking for jobs. So again, I'd just like to reiterate that for this program, they need a yes or a no. They need a yes or a no as to whether or not it's going to be funded, because if not, then Lori isn't going to source employees, and we potentially won't lose out on really good employees who will find other summer employment if we drag our feet on this one. So that was why we prompted this conversation.
If you remember, in the budget, we have $24,000 budgeted to go towards the rec commission program, which is about a $10,000 increase from what we had last year. So, and then the townships do kick in a small percentage to help us with the program, but it's small.
So I recommend we put it on the next board meeting for a vote.
I'm sure that'll be part of the next budget
Yeah.
discussion. So I appreciate the additional information.
Yeah, of course.
That takes us to 12E Superintendent Report.
Just very briefly, want to wish everyone obviously a nice spring break, but I do want to talk a little bit about some of the discussion tonight because I want to make some things pretty clear. We are a district of over 4,000 students, several hundred staff members, and each of which I'm extremely proud. We have our challenges, not like any other district. Some of those challenges include disruptive students. We respond accordingly. Our teachers do an amazing job. The discussion tonight, and no disrespect to the board, I appreciate all that you do for mental health, gave me an impression that our schools seem a little chaotic, and they are not. We do have children who disrupt classes. We do respond accordingly. but our district is overwhelmingly calm. Instruction takes place and kids are learning, and that will not change. We have to get better and support kids. There's no question. But I want to be very clear. Our schools are safe. Thank you.
Okay, 12F1, Dr. Friel? I don't think he's here, is he?
Dr. Friel's
I
not here, but
asked Dr.
happy
Friel to go
birthday,
home
Dr.
for his birthday.
Friel.
All right.
If he's watching, and he better not be. Happy birthday, Dr. Friel.
Birthday. Yep.
Business Administrator, Doug, what do you want to deliver for
We don't
Jeff?
have
Nothing?
no report other than the April 15th meeting of the whole to discuss the budget.
6:30.
6:30, correct.
Dr. Kermer, I believe you're next. No report, okay. Elementary report, just says elementary. It doesn't say who wants to take that one. Okay, thank you. I got you. Middle school, Dr. Smale, I'm informed is out of town. So we're gonna go with no report unless anyone got a handoff. Did I skip Dr. Hum? I did. I'm sorry. Reversing, Dr. Hum. Okay, we're good? Yes, Dr. Beer.
I would just like to offer a thank you to Dr. Hom, who's come to the microphone on a few occasions to explain some things to us. I will admit that my knowledge on special education is pretty limited. I think that a lot of people in the community in general would be quite surprised to know that 18% of our population falls under that special education umbrella. So I think that anything that you can do to help educate us and to help educate the community, because special education is a significant cost driver of our budget. And anything you can do to help educate us all, how this works and, to help ensure that I feel confident we're doing things right, but to help ensure that, that confidence, is spread. I think that would be helpful.
Can I point you to our website? There is a page called Specialized Support Services, where I work very hard to make sure that there is information about all of the various needs we support, including resources for parents, including parent training opportunities. But there's links right on our webpage to resources specific to the law for individuals with disabilities, students accessing 504 plans, and some other specialized needs as well.
I did have one question reference to your report. No surprise there. I'm the curious one. So in your 4 psychologists that you list in your report, only one is doing evaluations in the middle school and high school, according to the report. I'm just curious as to that separation of, because that's a significant portion of our pending evaluations is the middle school, high school, and that one psychologist is handling all of them. If you would briefly.
Our school psychologists are divided among the 6 buildings. We have Manheim and West Manheim paired together, one for Park Hills, one for Bearsville, and one between the middle and high school. If you recall from our previous meeting, I also shared that some of them have additional duties. So some of our psychologists do nothing, for the most part, nothing but evaluations. They do support some other processes as well, but some of our psychologists also actually do they provide one-on-one support for students to support the overall mental health needs of the school district. So the school psychologist and I work together to divide up their roles and to divide up the projected evaluations across each building. So that's how they are divided the way they are, based on their role, what functions they serve, and the level of need at each building. However, at any given time when there is an influx of evaluations, which we have right now, and we also have in October every year, just based on the timing of the school year. They work together and they take on evaluations. So although we have one psychologist between the middle and high school, another psychologist just completed an evaluation for a student in our high school.
Okay.
If someone has more due at any given time, they jump in and support each other to
Great.
do that.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I believe we were down to Dr. Downs. Thank you. Mr. Wareheim?
I was wondering if you wanted to highlight anything on there. We had some first place cheerleaders, some really good results from girls wrestling.
Winter sports just ended up last week. Girls wrestling was the first year for the PIAA, so our team did very well. We had 4 girls go to states and 3 of them placed in the top 8, so that was very exciting. Swimming also sent some representatives to the state championship, and 4 boys were swimming a relay, and then Owen Cromer did very well in some of the distance races. And Owen was actually, he's on a banner, a billboard, electronic billboard that a local roofing company has been doing for athletes, which is really cool. So, and hopefully we'll have some spring athletes on that billboard as well. Boys wrestling had had 4 kids go to districts. No one qualified for state. So, and yes, the cheerleaders were in Ocean City a few weeks ago, and they won first place in the novice varsity crowd leading division. So pretty exciting. And now spring sports has started. I'm a little disheveled because I was in the rain a little bit today trying to play baseball games and softball games, which we didn't play. So anyway, that's
Thank
it.
you.
Yes, sir.
Did you get contacted reference to the bowling? Did they reach out to you yet?
Yes, I did. And I'm going to meet with the person who runs the bowling lane and another gentleman. And I tried to explain, like, there's a kind of a process that we do. We do a survey to see if there's interest, and then we start as a club, and kind of like we did with girls wrestling and intramural and junior high soccer. So I'm going to meet with them and get their interest.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks.
All right, moving on to 13, comments, questions, et cetera. SWEA, Mr. Lawhead, if you would.
Good evening. Before I start saying anything, wanted to thank Mr. Beard for what he just did talking to Dr. Ham. She's incredible. She does a great job and probably answers more questions here than anybody every single board meeting. So I wanted to offer my support there. She's fantastic. And then also Ms. Brennan talking about the difference between mental health and special education, I think is a really important point that you got to make. My son has a 504 plan. He doesn't have a mental health problem. And I think that's something that that we need to address. I'm not so sure we should be talking about special ed with mental health. In thinking about tonight's meeting, I wasn't sure if I was going to say anything at all. Mr. Mummert would have supported that, but he's not here, so who cares? And then I was at a dance competition and had a lot of downtime. So I read a book called The 4 Agreements. And don't worry about it. I looked it up and it's age appropriate for me. So we're good to go there. Each one of those agreements that the book talked about following, I immediately thought of myself and I thought about the board and I thought about our reactions with one another and how we talk about things. And I wanted to talk about each agreement very shortly and quote it and just give you some food for thought. The first agreement's be impeccable with your word. And it says, your opinion is nothing but your point of view. It is not necessarily true. Your opinion comes from your beliefs, your own ego, and your dream. That one hit home with me. I hope it hits home with some of you. The second agreement was don't take anything personally. Nothing other people do is because of you. It's because of themselves. All people live in their own dream, in their own mind. They're a completely different world from the one that we live in. And when we take something personally, we make an assumption that they know what is in their world, and we try to impose our world on theirs. That's a big one. Don't make assumptions is the third agreement. We make assumptions about what others are doing or they're thinking. We take it personally, and then we blame them and react by sending some emotional poison with our words. That's why we should never make assumptions. Instead, we should be asking, we should be talking to each other. We make assumptions, we misunderstand, we take it personal, and then we end up creating a whole big drama for nothing. And then the last one, always do your best. You can only be you when you do your best. When you don't do your best, you are denying yourself the right to be you. I think you're doing your best. I hope you're doing your best. Our kids deserve it. And as a taxpayer and a parent of 2 kids in this district, I demand it. I'm hopeful that you'll read this book and think about the 4 agreements like I did. It gave me a lot of introspective and thought. Please be impeccable with your words. Don't talk about supporting teachers and then throw us under the bus at a meeting. Stop taking things personally and don't make assumptions. Have conversations. Matt and I had dinner the other afternoon. I don't want to make it sound weird. We had it the other afternoon. He paid for it. Really enjoyed that.
No candles.
And no, there were not. But instead of making assumptions about what he thinks or what I think about our representative groups, we had a discussion. And I think that needs to happen more than sometimes what does happen in terms of maybe some things coming up. So as always, I appreciate the opportunity to address the board and more importantly to represent our awesome group of teachers at every level that we have. And I want to echo what Dr. Burkhardt said. We have great schools and they are safe. And is there room for improvement? Sure. But we work for it every single day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. 14, correspondence. Does anyone have any correspondence? Yes.
I just have a question. I left the last meeting slightly confused as to how we were handling correspondence and the posting of it. So I was just wondering if you could just
Yep.
flush that out for me again.
I intended to. Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect.
So in reference to correspondence, we discussed it last time, but I do think clarity is important here. Impeccable with your words, right? So as far as correspondence, if we receive correspondence as a board or individually as a board member, and you want to cite it here during our correspondence section, I think that's appropriate. What's not appropriate is reading the entire correspondence. You can relate what you got from it as a board member or the meaning of it. If we do that as a board member, I think it's appropriate that we append the correspondence that we're referring to the meeting minutes. That's what I suggested. So I'm not suggesting all public comment that comes in gets appended to the minutes. What I'm suggesting is if we as a board member want to call attention to it and address it, then we do so in the correspondence section. And then to add clarity, that correspondence will then get attached to the meeting minutes. And that's what I suggest. And I feel like most of the board members agree with that, but if there's any discussion, I'm happy to.
And then as far as public comment, which I completely agree with what you've said as far as referencing them, when public comments come into our inboxes that are forwarded to us by Dwayne or by public comment or by Dr. Burkhardt, are you responding to all of them to say like, thank you, we got your email? Or is there a procedure for that? So I know that there have been some that have been responded to, but I also know there are some that I haven't seen the response. That doesn't mean you didn't respond. I just haven't seen it, or anyone hasn't responded. I just haven't seen it. So I didn't know if there was a correct way to do that, because I don't want to respond if I'm not supposed to be responding. I certainly don't want to do that, but I also was unsure exactly how we handled that.
Fair question. I asked the same question, if you recall, 2 years
Right.
ago, as far as what we do with correspondence. In deep analysis of where I landed with it, and again, I'm just one of 9. The only distinction I would make is if you receive correspondence directly from someone as a board member, then that person is seeking your personal opinion. So long as you respond with, it is my opinion as one board member, I think is perfectly valid for any board member to respond to any correspondence they receive. They're an elected representative just like anyone else. What we shouldn't be doing is stating the board feels this way. With the exception, the board president does have the role to represent the entire board generally. So when we have correspondence that comes in through public comment, if I am approached by several board members that want to respond in a certain way to correspondence, and a majority of the board says, I feel this way about it, it's my job as board president to basically summarize that and possibly even respond to be a responsive board. And that's where I land with that. I seek very carefully to moderate, to only respond when there's a clear desire communicated by the board to respond. So I don't want it, because I am fearful to misrepresent the desires of the board. I want to be very moderate in that role and just represent where there's strong desire to respond. So that's where I'd say, as far as where I think, as the board president, we should be handling correspondence. I'm certainly welcome to difference or any other.
I just wanted to make sure I understood how it was going. And so I did it correctly on my end.
Okay.
And I have not received anything personally, but obviously we all receive the ones that are sent to the group. So in response to correspondence from this evening, we did receive an email this week, and we do receive a lot of them. I mean, it's not hundreds by any stretch of the imagination, but not everybody can come to meetings. Not everybody can be here. They have sports, they have jobs, they have things. So we did receive an email from a district parent, Matthew Aversa, and I wanted to just say that we did receive it, and I appreciated his take on things. And I think that we have to be willing to read and understand both sides. That's our job, and to make decisions that are best for all kiddos. So I just wanted to say thank you to everyone that reaches out to us to tell us how you feel. Whether I agree with you or not, it is your absolute right to do that. That's why we sit here, because some of you agreed with some of us and some of you disagreed with others, and that's the nature of this country. So whether I read it and I go, oh my goodness, I don't agree with that, or whether I read it and I say, oh my goodness, I do agree with that, I am appreciative of anyone that takes their time to be passionate about the children in this district. Our passions might be different, but it is our job as parents, grandparents, caregivers to be passionate for the little humans in our lives. So thank you to everybody that reaches out. I do appreciate it. And every single one of your emails gets read, even if they don't get responded to.
Ms. Weaver, that may not be quite true. The first thing I look for is there a blatant statement that says my children currently attend the school district, or I'm a taxpayer? If there's no indication, if it's wishy-washy, I don't read it. I only care about the opinions of the parents of the students here and the taxpayers.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to speak for you.
Yeah. But I would ask, once again, the public, please, if you're submitting public comment, please do make it clear, blatant, and, Sally, Dick, and Jane kind of simple, that either you're the parent of students who currently go to this district, or you're a taxpayer in this district. Because if I look at it and I can't tell, then I may not read it. But
I think my greater concern is, when you send an email to someone and they're on vacation and it says like, sorry, I missed your email, I'm out of the office. Like, sometimes I wonder if people are sitting on the other side of sending them going, my goodness gracious, did this even get where it was supposed to go? Almost like a red receipt.
Right.
And that was something, we have brought that up in the past. Matt.
When
like you said.
someone submits something to public comment, do they at least get a response that indicates that?
Auto response, isn't there?
Like
Dwayne
it
is
has been
nodding yes.
received?
There is an auto
Oh,
response.
okay, okay, great.
Yep.
I would say I appreciate the clarification. I thought that going forward, we were going to attach all correspondence to, so I appreciate the clarification that if we bring it up, that's when it's attached, and I think that's appropriate.
Because I will add in here, I was going to kind of address it as we got down to 15D, but I think it is appropriate here that several of the board members are aware that there are members of the YWCA who's been very critical of the board performance. They are taking turns to send us inflammatory emails that are rife with basically non-moderated words such as "you are evil," "you're against all children," "your hateful language." Such accusations don't speak towards appropriate discussion or consideration. When I see that kind of hateful language, my consideration drops. If you want to be hateful and spiteful because we have opposing opinions, then you're going to lose my attention. If you want to have a appropriate dialogue, even as an opposing position, we can do that. But as soon as you start making statements such as "we're against the kids," we are not against the kids. What our idea of what is appropriate for the kids and what yours may differ greatly, but that does not mean either of us hate the kids or don't want to consider them or want to alienate them or ostracize them in any way. So unless anyone else has anything on correspondence, let's go to 15A.
Matt, sorry,
I'm sorry.
one more question.
Yeah, sure.
And this might be better for Dr. Burkhart or even Dr. Dalton. If a student, a minor, but a student in the district were to email the board and did not want to be mentioned at a meeting, did not want their name brought up in the correspondence section, wanted their point made to the board, but necessarily, I don't want to use anonymity because obviously they have a student email. There is not anonymity to that. Do they have that protection? Protection's not the right word, maybe?
They would just tell us.
Okay, so.
I don't think would they have protections from right to know?
No. If it's sent as an email, no.
Yes, they would. Yes,
They would? Oh, really?
Yes, because under right to know, you are not allowed to release the names of minors.
Oh.
So.
But we'd have to release the
And the
email, we
identi-
would
no,
redact.
and yeah, you'd have to redact the email
Right,
address,
so that's what I mean,
name.
like the email subject to right to know, the name would be redacted.
Yeah,
the
anything
sender.
that's pertaining to the personal information of a minor. Yeah.
And I think anybody that sends something in and says, I don't want to be recognized, I think we would
Yeah.
absolutely, minor or no.
But if under that discussion, if an email comes in and the sender doesn't want the board to know who they are, I would think we would still want to prescribe our administration to identify that they have said in some fashion they're either a student, teacher, parent, or taxpayer to make that identification so that we can properly consider it. Because if we get emails from California on our current policy, they should be thrown out as irresponsive to board business.
Typically, they come in on our public comment website, which I think automatically populates to your emails. So I would,
So how do we anonymize that if it comes in automatically, right?
right. Now, if it's forwarded to me, today there was a letter sent to me that I forwarded to all of you. That if they ask me not to include their name, I mean, I would write back and say, for the purpose of discussion, I feel it's appropriate to include your name. And I would ask and follow up that if they allow me to do that. If they still didn't want that to happen, I mean, honestly, when I get anonymous letters, I don't, Mr. Beard, to your point, I read it, but I don't know that I necessarily, because I don't know where it came from. And I think that if a person is taking the time to send the comment, then the reader should at least know who it's from. That's Jay's opinion. I don't know that necessarily reflects the board.
Yeah.
But when I receive an anonymous letter, I'll read it, but I don't typically follow up with any action unless there's someone stating there's a crime or a child's in immediate danger. And obviously, we're going to follow up. But if there's more or less, they tell me how wonderful I am. Oh, wait, I never get those. But anyway.
Well, I still think there's a big difference, though, between it going to 9 board members and then going it out into the world. Like, if we were to say, oh, at this meeting, as per our new correspondence, like, we received a letter from this student, if that student or teacher or parent, it's different for it to go to the 9 of us than to be utilized to go out into the greater.
And I agree with you. I think that I can forward it to you with their permission and very clearly state this author does not want their name released. They just wanted you to see it. So if you have that discussion,
But
I think the board would honor that.
I do worry that, so they're submitting to public comment, right? And those legal categorization of our public comment it's public statement, basically, right? So if they deliver it to our public statement receptacle, then how are we to ensure anonymity if it's,
Good
you
point.
know?
I'm only talking about if they send it to me to ask me to
Yeah.
forward it to you. I don't know if that's differently, if that's not considered public comment.
The whole nuance of people, emailing and comments is only years old, right? I mean, it was only something we started to do a couple years ago. And I would say, I believe there's a distinction between someone submitting it, their comment and trying to do it anonymously and someone submitting their comment to the board and saying, please don't reveal who I am. So to the extent that you receive as a board correspondence that says, my name is Lee Dalton, but please don't tell people who I am, but consider my email. I think that's one thing versus you receive a letter or something and you don't know whether they're a taxpayer student, whether they fall under, and I'd say frankly, you would just look to policy 903 about whether they fall under the parameters that the board has set relative to public comment. But short of that, I mean, there's no real, there aren't really any parameters that have been set. The Sunshine Act has not been revised to reflect this, although I think that there are discussions about it, but I don't think there's been anything about revisions to, like we'll say virtual public comment, so to speak.
And so to further discussion, where I'd land personally in considering this was, if a person delivers an email to a board member and says, please don't release my name, I don't think we can guarantee that it's a compact between the sender and the recipient as to whether they're gonna, I couldn't tell you to not release someone's name, nor could you tell me. We don't have that authority over each other unless we adopt a specific policy related to how we're handling anonymous emails. If you want to get into that, we can do that. But I have to agree with Dr. Burkhardt. Generally, if you get an anonymous email, the considerations are be lessened. I'm not saying they're going to be invalid because some people are fearful of retaliation, but the consideration is going to lessen, right? So until we adopt a specific, this is how you deliver an anonymous comment, I don't think we can guarantee that to anybody.
For my purposes, I'm not really saying anonymous, like no one knows who this is. I'm saying if someone who is a stakeholder, I think your word is perfect. Stakeholder who potentially would be concerned that their comment could negatively affect them moving forward if it got out. But this person has a southwestern.org email. So we know you're either working here or attending here. That, there may be people that are not willing to say anything who might be willing to say something if the first line of their email said, "Dear school board member, I am a student in 9th grade. I wish to not have my name released if you reference my email." I think that's fair. I think it's reasonable to ask. I'm not talking about like somebody in a hoodie sweatshirt that you're never going to know who they are because they, are behind a screen. I'm not talking about.
I agree if they make it that clear, but even if they make it that clear, if they then make a statement that somehow requires us to do something such as an abuse or it's an accusation that requires follow-up, then we can't guarantee that anonymity. And it gets into a whole slew of legal issues. When someone asks for anonymity, there are a slew of considerations that we can't guarantee. And so until we can clearly go through all those categories, we just can't go there. We can't guarantee it until we develop a policy fully. And, I'm not against doing that, but that's a broader discussion we need to have, I think.
Okay. I
So-
appreciate the answer. Sorry, Justin.
So I would say, I think that anyone who's concerned, and wants to send an email to the entire board and notates on there that they don't want to be recognized, I think that everyone here would try to comply with that,
Agreed.
wholeheartedly, unless there's an exception that we need to bring up. And in that case, we bring it up in the meeting, then it gets posted on the agenda and then it's out there. But I don't think anybody's intentionally going to be outing somebody. I think that if they want to remain, most of the messages come to us are for our information. So if they want to remain anonymous, I think that we would respect that and try not to bring it up in the meeting and that it would just stay anonymous. And so I think that's the easiest way to go. I think you're right. We can't guarantee anything. So as far as we're saying, you can do this and you won't be out, we can't say that. But in general, if you ask to not be recognized, we are not going to recognize you. There's no need for it. I mean, there's no need for us to bring up extra stuff that meetings are long enough.
Okay. So absent of any further, if you want to bring the desire to further meet out a policy on correspondence, please direct
No.
that to me and we'll direct that at a later date to policy or wherever we want to discuss it. But let's move forward on the agenda at this point. So we are at 15A. Schools used as polling places for 2024 general election. So So we received correspondence from Julie Wheeler, and she basically made a request to consider providing a section or a portion of our schools for the general 2024 election when they anticipate a large voting population going to the elections. The election board is empowered to seek governmental facilities to handle that. So very nicely, she's requested the use of some of our facilities. And I think we're inclined to acquiesce to some of that if we can develop that further, with the understanding that they can, in effect, tell us they're taking a section of our governmental facilities to conduct the election.
So
I think it
Maryland does this regularly.
Maryland does all.
Yeah.
So I think it
schools.
behooves us to.
And we did here 20 years ago too. Everything was in the schools.
I think the greatest hiccup we run into is that anybody that's walked into a Southwestern building knows that you badge in through Guardian. You either have to have a badge, you have to be pre-approved. Any kind of access to any part of our building could potentially put someone into our building that we don't want. Just because they can vote doesn't mean that they're someone we want in our building. I know in Maryland, unless it's changed, but when we lived in Maryland and voted in high school, there was no school that day. Those kids were off. That building was empty, and then the building could be utilized. You can't do a half day because polling places are open 7 to 7. 7 to 7? Yes. Sorry, 7 to 8. So while I'm not saying we don't agree to do it, because like you said, I'm sure they could tell us what we're doing. If it is something that we need to be talking about, I think we need to be talking about not having kids in the building that day.
That would be my concern.
We have
The
students.
Security risks and
Yes.
just the general disruption.
If you go to watchdog.com, which is the national website for sex offenders, and Google the zip codes in which Southwest resides, those people get to vote. Now, there are rules. Certain people can't enter into certain buildings, but certain people can. And I would not be comfortable having students in our buildings during an election. And please know, I'm not saying everybody is bad. People make bad choices, but these are my kids and I
Yes.
want my kids home.
So in regard to that, when we first got approached this and I approached Dr. Burkhart with it, I suggested the same thing you're saying. We can't have a half a school so we have to have a facility that's closed, that's dedicated to elections. And then the question is does it have to be all our schools or can it be one? That's one of the considerations. I think one of our larger schools will serve a majority, at least the role that Ms. Wheeler states we need additional polling places. If we have a large facility like a gymnasium and a closed school next to it that we can send people through, I think it serves our taxpayers. Their tax dollars pay for these buildings. So providing them shorter lines on election day is absolutely warranted. This is their money we're using here for these buildings. So let's give them a little bit more bang for their buck and give them shorter lines on election day, which is the fundamental cornerstone of our existence here, right? So absolutely, I feel like we should be supporting the election by doing this. And it's just a question of the semantics, how.
We would recommend a remote day. And
That's-
then we would encourage kids to participate in voting with their parents on that day. So we would provide some asynchronous time The buildings would be, there's some, Mr. Gelazell and I had a very brief conversation, but there are buildings that lend themselves to being open and very secure. But I would agree with all the comments 100% that on election day, if they use our buildings, there will be no students in them. That would be the administration's recommendation, strong recommendation.
So moving along those lines, I do question, do we have to go asynchronous in all our districts? Or can we close,
No, if we have, so if they, let's say they use the middle school,
right?
we can make the middle school asynchronous. Or let's say they use the middle school and the high school and all the elementaries are not affected, then elementary's in school that day.
Right,
And in these two buildings.
right. That's what I wanted to
Yeah.
understand. Yes.
So-
We don't have to close everybody, just the building.
But if the majority of buildings, like if they close if they use two elementaries and a middle school, then it gets very difficult to manage. We would
Mhm.
just close the district. But it really comes down to, hopefully sooner rather than later, they're gonna tell us, we want building A, B, and C, or
Right.
building A. They just need to tell us which ones they're looking at, and then we'll adjust accordingly.
One, I think the other thing, and I certainly am not an election specialist here, but I'm pretty sure your polling place must reside within the township in which you are voting. So if you close the middle school and the high school, you only got one township.
Yeah, we figure West Manheim will be one of the ones they wanna use as well.
I was gonna say, I would guess you're
And probably
probably.
Manheim.
I don't think Manheim.
You don't think?
But-
And I have no idea. I
Yeah,
have no idea.
and so moving forward,
But
I
yeah.
think what Dr. Burkhart needs is a board direction, like, hey, we want to pursue this so that you can meet out those details. Is that the next step?
Well, we also need to know, and this came from Mr. Mummert, who's not here this evening, but he made sure that, he said, if Matt talked too long to ask this question. So since Matt talked long, I'm gonna have to ask this question. He wanted to know, and maybe with your contact with Commissioner Wheeler, do they provide the insurance on the building if someone falls and gets hurt?
Good consideration.
That's a
So,
good question.
so if you could follow up with her on that, because I don't have, and then if she gives us, if we get where she wants the buildings to be used, we'll make then we can come back to the board with the proposal sooner better, because then if there are schools impacted, we can get it out to our community, because the calendar that comes up in this year was set 2 years ago.
Right.
So
I was gonna ask you, and I'm trying to Google it as I'm talking, but do we have any days close to that day that we already had scheduled off for other reasons? No, okay,
the closest would be Columbus Day.
right. Just to
And that's not
shift,
even-
just to shift it. I didn't know if we had any,
In talking to her about it, there's several polling precincts that have accessibility issues. Like the Penn Township building, you gotta walk up the steps and go in, you know. The other concern is clearing out a fire department and a safety issue being, the fire department on Clover Lane. So there was, she said in a couple scenarios, I think she said in West Shore School District, they were able to combine a couple polling locations and it worked out good because they had a big area in a school building or something. So they actually combined a couple polling locations and it worked out better. So I believe she's gonna get more clear info on
Okay.
that soon, because it wasn't the primary this year, it was for the general election.
We still have time,
So,
but
yeah,
hopefully by
yeah.
summer, we'll have clarity so we could get it out to
Yeah.
our families.
Yeah, I believe that is her goal.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously, to your point, Mr. Gelazell, it is a taxpayer building, and I don't remember what election, it was a long time ago, it was maybe, I just remember very long lines, and people were growing impatient, so
Yeah.
if we can avoid that, that would be good.
Yeah. So moving forward, just so I'm clear, as the board president, I'm going to pursue this with Julie Wheeler as far as we want to know coverage of the facilities that are used and the location of facilities representative of what districts they're in. Any other questions that we need to seek answers for?
well, just for clarity purposes, Dr. B, if we were to close one elementary school, we would be closing all elementary schools.
Not
Not necessarily.
How would you do that, though?
Well, because if you have, for example, if you remember a few years ago, you had Park Hills, if you remember, there was a water leak.
I'll say just that there was a
And
water
there, and it caused some moisture and condensation. It led to a little bit of mold in one of the buildings. So we closed it that next day to clean it, remediate it. Nate's team did a great job. We were open the day after that. So there are times that you can close one building and operate the rest of the district. But my suspicion is, if we close, let's say they close Bearsville and West Manheim, well, we're going to close all the elementaries that day, because then it gets to be,
Right.
I think
Well,
they're
back
gonna-
to the taxpayer. I mean,
Yeah.
if you think about it, you're asking potentially two of your elementary schools to figure out daycare for the day. And you're asking two to not.
Yeah. I mean, it's more likely than not, we'll probably, if they take more than 2 buildings across the district, it just makes sense to
Right.
just do the whole day remote.
I agree. I agree.
So my opinion on the matter would be that maybe we want to be cooperative. Voting is important, but have other options been looked at, other buildings, so that we don't have either schools closed or, flexible instruction days. Just my opinion, I think if there's a way to facilitate voting without having to either close or disrupt our school buildings, I would be more in favor of that.
I believe the last time I talked to Julie, she was still hashing out where she was gonna have needs. And this was a little bit more of a broad request, so we don't necessarily know whether she needs help in our district or not, but she needed to know whether we were willing.
So just for clarity's sake, is any board member here diametrically opposed to doing this? So that's it. There are no don't do it. So I'm going to work on the assumption that we have a desire to do this, and I'll get further details from her, and then we'll bring that back in concert with Dr. Burkhart as far as further details, specificity. Okay. 15B, facility dog.
So this, I will try to make as quick as possible. Reed is a hit, very popular, so popular in fact that we've been offered another grant for a second facility dog to be placed at the high school. So the question is, to the board, we're talking a minimum of 2 years out. The baby's not even born, or the puppy's baby. Puppies, they are like babies. Yeah, that's right. My little Easton's my baby, but anyway. So it's about 3 years out, but, I want the, obviously, some of you may be on the board, some of you may not, I don't know. Some of us may be superintendent, some may not. Question is, 3 years is a long time, folks, right? The point being, that's a joke. It's just a joke. Gotta have levity, right? So the temperature of the board to say, hey, let's go ahead and move forward with that because we have already identified a houser and a couple handlers. We met with Keystone Human Services and SSD, Susquehanna Service Dogs. And once again, we're grateful to the Wareheim Foundation, Mrs. Jinx's help with this too, as well. Obviously, the administrative recommendation is yes, yes, yes. But obviously, ultimately, the board would have to vote to ensure, like you did this current read. So I guess what I'm asking you is thumbs up, thumbs down.
I'll put 2 up. There's people.
I think like with obviously the questions that arose with Reed, we have been able to get some answers that we didn't have when we originally started that process, and there's a lot more clarity to it. I absolutely 110% have witnessed the value of this animal in the hallways at school. I have had the pleasure probably 4 or 5 times now to interact with Reed through the middle school building. And I see the value to it. And I know it sounds somewhat trivial to say something like, oh, well, the children's faces light up, because the children's faces light up when their iPhones light up. So, but in that same breath, it's different. It is different. And the level of training of this dog makes me want to send my children to Susquehanna Service Dogs for training. So I have 100% faith in this company to do what they have told us they would deliver to us. We know, because we've discussed this, there are always risks involved, absolutely. And obviously Reed is very new, but I am, as Mr. Smith just said, I am 2 thumbs up on this. And I believe we can address things like care and insurance and things like that when we get to it, because it is 3 years away.
Right.
So I waited on this before. I'll say it again. I still have financial concerns. The return on investment is there. I get it. It is the therapeutic effect on kids is is immense, right? So the bang for our buck here is great. I still consider what we've started as a pilot program, right? Because we have yet to see how much, if there's going to be care costs or whether those costs are going to balloon. So I consider the first facility dog Reed as the pilot. And if it goes swimmingly well, we can accelerate, but I still want to keep on the table a deceleration if there's a ballooning cost or other considerations we haven't seen. I'm not saying I'm against, I'm just saying we have time, right? 2 years?
Maybe 3.
Maybe 3. So we have time. So for me, I like the idea, but I do want to see what happens in the next 2 years in the meantime.
So for now, from what I'm hearing, if I'm hearing correctly, and I know it's no formal vote, and I'm not asking for that, but we're saying, okay, Susquehanna Service Dogs, proceed.
Yes.
Do we have an obligation to proceed if we tell them to? I mean, if
we
in
could've
2 years
canceled
we
the
say
last
no
one at the
thanks,
last minute.
can we say that?
If
Or
we see something, we would want to tell them as soon as possible rather than later. Because
Yeah.
obviously, they don't, when Reed was born, they didn't say, Reed, you're going to be a facility dog. They go through, they could be a service dog to a person, they could be a facility dog.
Yeah.
There are different categories. It's when we get to the point where they start to say, we believe, and in this case, Reed would be a facility dog, and they started to match her to Becky and Mr. Lawhead. That's when you get to the point where it's all systems go.
Okay.
You should, but they write the grant for us, so I would say if there's any hesitation, now would be far better than later.
Are we talking the same breed too?
It's
or-
either going to be a lab or a golden retriever, but they say typically 95% of the facility dogs are golden retrievers, are labs because of the shedding.
Yeah. Yeah, because like personally, I'm not as worried as everybody else is about the financial stuff. Because I guarantee if something happened, Mr. Lawhead would make a GoFundMe page and it would have $100,000 on it before nightfall the next day. You know what I mean? I mean, seriously, I know he would. Look at his face. He's planning it right now, you know?
Well, and in full disclosure, when Reed first came to the district, I think it was the same day, Mrs. Lawhead emailed me and said, can we have one for the high school? I mean, the same day, and Mrs. Lawhead will be the houser.
Awesome.
And so the Lawhead family has literally opened up their doors, and I think Reed is there right now having a sleepover, right? Yeah. So I'm immensely grateful to Matt and Allison and everybody, and Becky and their families, but I think it just shows, people understand that value, and Matt and his wife and Allison are more than willing to put their family as part of that, to raise and see the difference that it does make. I mean, when they did the story on Reed, the person who was the reporter asked Mrs. Cortina to take a picture of him with Reed because he was in love with her. I mean, she just connected him like that. So she does it. She makes a difference. She makes a huge difference. So I'm excited. And obviously when we said, oh, we can add a second dog, you can't imagine how thrilled we were. So thank you. I don't want to belabor it any further. I know it's getting late and but I don't want to dismiss it as trivial either. So any other questions about where we're at with that?
No, but I do want to add to what Matt Smith said regarding I'm probably another person that can't say I really care too much about the financial part, because for me, the therapeutic benefits way outweigh any potential financial burden that it may cause. I have also not only witnessed online as to the immense benefit from it, as to what other people have responded to, but I've had a lot of friends of my son, although he's in high school, but he has people that he knows at the middle school and such, and they love that. They love Reed. So to me, the therapeutic and emotional and mental benefits way outweigh any potential financial burden. So.
And I do agree, Mr. Smith. I think if we put a note out, said, hey, we need $1,000, we'd probably get 10,000. Yeah.
1,000%.
Yeah. I know I'd donate, and I'm sure Mr. Lawhead would too. I don't know about Dr. Downs though. He's He's a dog fan. He likes Goldens. He doesn't like, he's not a big fan of that. The other item is, I've been getting a lot of questions about this, and you have as well, I'm sure. There's an event on April 8th, I think it is, something's gonna happen, yeah. So here's my concern, and I want to share it with the board. Obviously, we don't want our kids looking up at the sun without protection. We certainly don't want anyone, but my concern is at the time of the eclipse, it's supposed to start at 2:46 to be half, 3:21 is full, 3:54 is half. Our buses are on the road. So I am concerned about our drivers because they cannot drive with these types of glasses on. So we have a couple options that I wanted to present to the board. One is we could do an early dismissal. You could use a 12:30, 1:30, 12:30 elementary, 1:30 high school. Or we talked about dismissing the high school or the middle school maybe at, or excuse me, the elementary school about 1:45, about a half hour early, deliver them home, delay the start of the high school that morning by 20 minutes so they could be dismissed 20 minutes later, because 20 minutes later, it's over. So there are a couple options. The one thing I don't want to do is not do anything. So we also looked at glasses, and thank you to Dr. Scola at Hanover. He shared this with me. He did some shopping. He got the best pricing. A pack of 1,000 glasses that would be here probably April 2nd now, because this was from today, is $749. If we were to get one for every student, we're talking a little north of $3,000. So I think we have to do something.
Well, and
What
even
we
if
have to do is.
if we buy them for the students, that if the bus drivers can't drive with them, then the
Well, I'm saying
high
at that
school
point, we have a
students can't
dismissal,
drive
like
with them.
we would do.
Right.
Because the drivers cannot drive with it. Because if they're driving and there's an eclipse and they come into view of the sun, it could cause damage. Well, it's-
Yeah, I'm waiting to make that same.
No, that's not what the medical community is saying. Because
So-
it's a concentration.
Because we're only gonna have half eclipse here. We're not gonna see a full eclipse. So the sun's still gonna be in their eyes just like it would be any other day. They're not gonna wanna look into it. We're not getting
I'm not
full
saying they're gonna
eclipse.
look right into it. What I'm saying is the reports we're getting.
Is because when it goes eclipse, you can look into it and it's not bright. That's what hurts your eyes. We're not having a full eclipse here, so it's gonna be bright. We're only having a half.
So we're not, well,
The full
again,
eclipse is
I've.
going up in Erie.
Yeah.
We're not gonna have it.
Yep.
I
It's a
tried to
risk.
do some research on it, and I was like, Alice going down the rabbit hole. I was like, nope, too many conspiracy theories, so I just stopped.
I mean, you're still gonna be looking into the sun here.
Yeah,
And this,
we're not in Erie
and
either,
we had this
so.
discussion, and this is where I land on it. Every day, our bus drivers drive with the sun full effect in the sky. So the eclipse going across does not somehow make that sun suddenly more dangerous. I would continue to advise all our bus drivers, don't look at the sun, into the sun while driving, whether there's an eclipse or not.
Well, I'm just telling you, the medical community is different, and if the board wants to proceed as is, that's fine. I felt it was my duty to bring it to you about the concern.
I do think it would be great to work around making sure our students can see it. I'm planning a trip myself. We might just take the day off, but I think that our students should get to see it. I would be happy to just do a half day entirely. And then we don't have to buy the glasses. It's not our responsibility. But I don't, if we're not doing a half day, I don't.
If the argument is to release a little early to observe the solar eclipse, then, hey, it's a science project. We could support that at the science classes and we could make a whole project of it. If the argument is this is unsafe for the drivers, I don't accept the argument whatsoever. I do accept, hey, if we want to adopt this, how often, when's the next solar eclipse?
Not for like,
20 years?
yeah.
If we don't adopt this as a opportunity for science education, I'm all about it that way, but I'm not going to predicate it on a driver that might suddenly look into the sun when they do that. They do that every day. The medical community, I don't understand that advice that they're offering, that somehow the sun in the sky is somehow going to be more dangerous because it's partially covered. That's just I don't know. That seems absurd to me.
That's why the half day makes more sense.
Yeah,
Because it's a
I
solar
don't
day?
disagree with the half day.
Yeah,
I grew up outside of Philadelphia, and we were in a line of totality in the 90s when this came across. And I remember our teachers having us make glasses out of cereal boxes and black something. And we're not blind, so that's good. But I don't know how effective it was. But it was a huge thing. It was a huge thing. Every single kid in my elementary school was out into the fields, and we all observed, and then we wrote things about it. And it was such a wonderful, teachable moment. It just kind of stinks that it's hitting us at dismissal time. So our buildings couldn't do that even if they wanted to. You're not going to have all the elementary schools outside viewing it together safely because it is dismissal time. To Mr. Leidy's comment, we had already planned to do an educational field trip for our kids and pull them because my husband and I just think this is a very neat thing and something they won't see again anytime soon. So I see the value to allowing our students to enjoy the science of an eclipse. Erie will be full totality, so no, we will not hit full totality. But it would still, I think, behoove us to, if we're doing anything, to do one of the suggestions, which was the half day, the later dismissal, like we do at the end of the year, where it's the 12:30, 1:30. So that way lunches know exactly what's happening ahead of time, because that's a week and a half away. I'm sure that food's already ordered. And that way we can still serve full lunches in all of our buildings and get the kids home in time. Or I'll throw this one out. What if you guys kept them till like 6 o'clock? I'm just kidding.
You can feed them dinner too.
Yeah, that's fine.
So the pushback on this is going to be, and again, I don't know how else to state this, but a lot of parents get upset when we change the dismissal times because it changes their pickup and their time to pick up their kids. I never want us to make a decision based off of whether parents are impacted by having to receive their own children. I don't accept the argument that we are some form of daycare. We are here to educate the children and send them back to their parents. So under that, we could absolutely make this an educational event. The impact of a parent being inconvenienced of having to get their kid early or not, I fully accept that we should clearly telegraph that we're going to do this so parents can make those arrangements. But to say we shouldn't do it because it impacts some parents' schedule and having to get their own child, I don't accept that. So at this point, how much advance notice can we possibly provide if we were to roll with this tonight and say, right?
Yeah, when we come back.
So we're talking less than 7 days notice to have parents rearrange their schedules. That's the part that bothers me about this.
Send a notification
Tonight?
I mean, I'm just saying, it doesn't have, we don't wait, we don't have to wait till kids come back.
I'm not sending it tonight.
Nope.
You could get the calls. Yeah,
We
no.
don't have to wait till we come back though to notify people, right? We can give them 2 weeks notice now.
I mean, sure.
I mean, this impacts a lot of things: transportation, food services.
Yeah.
If there are any after-school programs running sports.
Sports have already been adjusted. They won't start till, is it 4:15, Mr. Warehammer, 4? When did we adjust sports?
So, but that's smart.
Okay.
That's smart, but if we're releasing the students, if you had a middle schooler who's not a driver, who would be staying for sports, so say we do nothing, say we keep the day normal, and the kids are dismissed at 3:20 for your high school and your middle school buildings, are they staying here and coming back for those 5 p.m. games, or?
We do that any early dismissal though. even
We
now.
do,
Yeah.
okay, okay, so they would
So
come
if we have a
back.
half day on a Friday and there's
Okay.
a game, they go home and they come back.
Okay.
I mean, I will acknowledge you guys are the professionals that have done these early dismissals umpteen years, right? So in your mind, will there be greater support for this from parents, or you think there will be greater admonishment saying, I have to make arrangements now? In your estimation, which is the bigger impact?
It's a snow day, 50-50.
Yeah.
50% will love it, 50% will hate it.
Right. Okay.
It's just a reality.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And then there's the part of if we make this a science, related, hey, we're gonna develop some kind of plan last minute. Can teachers last minute develop something on this? Or is that a big ask of our teachers to suddenly develop a program around this 2 weeks out?
Yeah.
Is it a quick spin up? I mean, that's what I'm asking. Administrators and union reps, is that a big spin up? Is that a big ask or is that a not so big an ask? Okay.
Would that have lunch at normal times too, or how would that work? Or would it
No,
be sooner?
if we did the 12:30, 1:30, all the kids would eat. They
Right.
would just, they would leave a little bit earlier. They would back the lunches up to a little earlier in the day. And then we would just have to, more importantly, we have to get Crystal, equally as important, shouldn't be more important than notifying the parents, but equally as important, we need to let Crystal know right away
Yeah.
so that she may.
Well, that's why
she
I was
may
asking.
adjust.
That's why I was asking, to make sure that.
Yeah, she
you know,
could, I'm sure
that
she
we're
can make the
coordinated
adjustment.
okay with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other considerations anyone wants to consider on that?
No, I mean,
So-
I'd be good with a half day, so.
so
I'm more
half-
in favor of a half day. I mean,
What
if
about
in
the
fact
stagger?
it's medically dangerous, then the one thing I'd be concerned about is we buy glasses for everyone and then someone says, I lost my vision because you gave me crappy glasses.
Yeah, and
Or you didn't
that's
teach
one
me
of the
how to use
considerations I go
glasses.
to as well. Agreed, right? If we're gonna encourage kids to look at the sun, let's let them do it with their parents at home, instead of here where we're basically incurring that liability. So I guess we have to get a genuine, general inclination. Let's start with, so what are the options? Half day or complete asynchronous?
No,
or
no.
Okay,
no.
just a half day. What about
It's-
staggered release? That's not part if we do a half day? We're
You
not
could
not
do,
staggering?
you could do a delayed high school, you could do a delay, in other words, take the high school day and essentially move it a half an hour. So they come a half hour later, they leave a half hour later. Elementary,
Yeah,
they'd
so
normal
that's
start and they'd
really-
leave about 30 minutes early.
So the high
I
school
think
would leave
postponing
after
high
the
school will be
eclipse?
worse than sending
Yeah.
kids home.
I agree.
In that plan, the high school would leave after the eclipse?
Yes.
Okay, so they would be locked up in school during the eclipse.
They would be in school, locked up.
Well,
They would be prevented from going outside,
Yeah.
discouraged from going outside.
Right.
Okay, let's move on, 10 o'clock.
Dr. Downs, I think we would do away with early release, right? That would be done. It's 2 weeks. Not quite, yeah.
I think,
Yeah, I'll tell you initially, I'm leaning towards half day.
Yes.
The stagger, it just seems like it'd be more to manage and it'd be hard to enact this close to it. I think half day would just make more sense. I would want it, in my opinion, I would want it to be hand in hand with some clear science dedication to the science of a solar eclipse and like related to the educational purpose that we could send packets home with kids. Like, hey, this is a once in a while thing. This is what you can do to observe it. Like that kind of education. So it has an educational effect, right? We're not just,
No, I agree. I think it is a once in a lifetime and I do think, well, not once in a lifetime for young kids, but I think the next one's 55 years away. So, well, how many? Oh, I thought I
20?
said 55, but 20. Yeah.
Right, depending on where you're at.
Yeah. So if the kids were dismissed early, the expectation would be they would do some sort of educational activity.
like our educational field trips that any family can.
now, I'm gonna throw a monkey wrench in the works. If we release early, but we like host some type of event on our ball fields that aren't in use, right? Where they can gather together to observe it, is that mayhem or is that manageable? Like a
I think that goes back to your
Liability,
liability?
yeah. If we don't provide glasses, then we're liable.
Yeah, okay, fair point. So let's start with how many of which us would think that a half day is appropriate?
Full half day for all grades.
Yep.
12:30, 12:30, 1:30
12:31.
dismissal.
Yeah, a later than a
As
normal
well
half
as,
day.
and question mark, as well as staff, question mark?
Mm.
No.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I would say, no, honestly, if the staff were to, I would not have a problem with the staff also going home and doing the experience with their kids as well. And for those, or it is truly, if we're going to do it for the students, I do think we should afford that to our staff as well.
I agree with that. And I honestly don't think the staggering, I don't even know how that would be possible.
Yeah.
I get it logistically, but you also are busing your high schoolers with your middle schoolers, your middle school bell times. It's just cut it off, 12:30, 1:30, call it a day.
And just for clarity, for everyone watching, the day of this is
Monday, April 8th.
8th. April 8th.
Yeah, the
We do,
administration
at
offices
4
will stay
o'clock.
open.
We'll all be
Offices
here.
will stay open.
Yeah, we're not canceling our meeting.
And
Okay,
it
we
will
had to
probably
clarify that.
also rain.
I would, I would agree.
What was that last part?
probably
It'll
rain.
rain. It's gonna rain.
Right.
But that being said, if we put this out, this is rain or shine,
Yep.
because parents are going to make arrangements,
Yep.
right?
Yeah. And I would add ASAP, right?
So-
let's give them as much notice as possible.
We could put out an email. I could do it tomorrow. I can send it out. It'll probably go out mid to later day, so we don't wake parents up and they think they forgot. I don't want to create unnecessary
Day off.
anxiety.
Yeah.
So we'll send out an email. It'll be accompanied by, you've received an email, please read it as soon as quickly, or, at your earliest convenience. And then it'll just basically say, as an educational opportunity afforded to our children, we are dismissing early at 12:30 elementary, 1:30 high school. Lunches will be provided, as well as educational activities from their teachers. And then end it. Customer services, Mr. Galazella, what's your cell phone number?
Yeah. 888. All right, 555, that's right. 2222, or 5, what's the non-existent exchange? 555.
Okay, I will, if so, we'll put that out tomorrow. It's like I said, it'll go out probably mid to late afternoon.
Okay, that is 15C, on to 15D. So this is the part of the meeting I don't relish going to, but I feel this is necessary. So in our prior discussion related to administrative guidance on how to operate our elementary classroom, our classroom libraries, we developed for the middle school and high school, basically regulations that teachers had to know what's in their classroom libraries, and they had to provide a list of what was there, and that parents were allowed to either opt out entirely or opt out partially and specify what books that they didn't want their kids to engage in. I feel like this board engaged in a very moderate approach. There has been a continuous barrage from different members of the YWCA who have sent communication to this board calling us evil, mean-spirited, targeting children. The list goes on and on. So we took that all in moderation as typical critique. Anytime you suggest a position, you're going to have opposition from either side. There needs to be healthy dialogue without name calling or misrepresentation. It was represented, we were as a board, were imposing our own morality on books, which was not the case. We were letting parents decide for their own children. So, and we let the teachers, in concert with the board, try and suggest the best plan forward. Immediately after we did that, we exempted the elementary level under the assumption that politically divisive books or books that parents would find objectionable were generally not being introduced at the elementary level. That was the assumption that we all agreed to work under. 5 days later, the YWCA hosted a Diversity Inclusion Elementary Classroom Workshop. It was advertised publicly for Tuesday, March 5th at the YWCA. And the who was Dr. Barb Rupp, who is the former superintendent, Dr. Mary Kay Kelly, a former teacher, and Mrs. Deb Smith, a former teacher. And it reads as follows. Each teacher participant will receive 3 free books for their classroom library and a $15 Amazon gift card for classroom supplies. This will be an interactive workshop with time for collaboration. Teachers will receive lesson plans. And this is titled Diversity Inclusion in Elementary Classroom Workshop. So basically, the YWCA invited administrators and teachers to attend this workshop and provided them with lesson plans. Teachers will leave with lesson plans. Every one of these people that are listed under the who knows very well that schools develop curriculum and lesson plans according to a approved and defined curriculum. So to meet and discuss inserting lesson plans outside of school parameters is a clear action to subvert curriculum in our schools. I find it offensive that they would assert that they can decide what is appropriate for lesson plans outside of the school's boundaries. Now, I will tell you, the board member here, one of our board members, Mr. Smith, asked to attend this diversity, equity, inclusion event and was told he was not allowed, which doesn't seem very inclusive to me. So, in fact, they were incensed about it. And so I will tell you, we know what happened in this meeting. In this meeting, a long list of books that were clearly identified as diversity, equity, inclusion books. This list was presented to every person who went to this seminar, this workshop. So I would suggest that under the people who held this workshop, who are for the diversity and equity pieces being inserted in school, they clearly defined this list of books as diversity, equity, and inclusion books. So I don't think it is a far leap for this board to, one, extend our administrative guidance to include elementary schools, considering 5 days after we exempted the elementary schools from this procedure, former superintendents, former teachers met with this event was attended by current school principals, current teachers, and they left with these books and these lesson plans. So this is absolutely an insertion at the elementary level of diversity and equity and inclusion materials that some parents will find highly offensive. They don't want their kids exposed to it. Some parents, not our decision, parents have the right to decide. Again, I am not inferring that this board is putting its own morality. I'm saying, again, moderately, I want to make it clear, this board could put further restrictions, but we are predicating solely on the wishes of a parent to decide what's appropriate for their kids. So in going forward, first, I'm going to make a suggestion to the board that we expand our restrictions to include the elementary level. And again, they're very moderate suggestions, which are know what's in your classroom as a teacher in your in-classroom library. Secondly, develop a list to provide to every parent of what is going to be in your classroom library. And if you don't know, or you can't know what's in your books, or you can't develop that list, this board will work with administration to give you assistance in developing that list. I've stated as much to the union president. If teachers need help developing that list, we are more than willing to work with teachers to reach that list, to provide that. And third, that approval form will go out for elementary level to parents so they can either opt out of in-classroom libraries, or they can say, I don't want my children to expose to the following books or the following topics. I think that's a moderate approach that empowers the parents to make a decision what is appropriate for their own children. I am disappointed that our moderation was met with a clear opposition by the YWCA. And again, I'm going to reiterate that they engaged in a continual barrage of misrepresentation of what we are doing here on the board. We are moderately approaching this not as a book ban, but as a way for parents to decide what's appropriate for their own children. And to be met 5 days later with the former superintendent and 2 former teachers to organize teachers to make these insertions without any reference, and this is where I would ask, are we aware of any administrators that were approached by teachers after this workshop who said, I got these lessons plans from this workshop and can I insert them? Did we get any notice? Are we aware of it? So not a single teacher approached administration and said, I got these lesson plans. Can I insert them? Are they curriculum worthy? That's the first problem I have with this. I want to make this very clear. This board intends to assert its policies. We are here to develop policies, rules, and regulations regarding how to manage this school. If you actively, with intent, seek to subvert this board's policies, there will be discipline and consequences, up to and including termination if need be. Obviously, it will be gradual, like every disciplinary proceeding should be, but if you actively subvert your board's policies, it should be no surprise you will find consequences on the other end. So again, I've provided Dr. Burkhart with a list of the books that were presented in this seminar so that anyone in any of our levels, after this board decides whether it's going to expand its policy to the elementary level, any of those books should be considered diversity, equity, inclusion books as they've been defined by those who are for diversity, equity, inclusion as diversity, equity, inclusion books. So if a parent says, I do not want my child accessing Pink is for Boys or I Have Two Mommies, which is on those lists as examples, then those should be classified, identified as diversity, equity, inclusion books because they've already been done by the people who are forwarding those programs. So lastly, and this is a multi-piece, we'll go back and do it piece by piece as far as what the board wants to do, but lastly, we've had teachers tell board members that they've submitted lesson plans that have been accessed by administration since the day they put them in months ago. I think this is a good opportunity to, as a board, to instruct administration to go into the Google lesson plans, which are submitted online, and see which lesson plans have been updated since March 5th. And if those lesson plans have not been updated since March 5th, then we know that that teacher has not inserted those lesson plans into their curriculum without seeking guidance to see whether it's appropriate to curriculum. So that would be the first part that I would suggest. So first, I'll just put it to the board generally. Is anyone, does anyone want to consider a motion on the floor would be to expand our administrative guidance that we include elementary level schools in our prior restrictions regarding classroom libraries?
It's unfortunate, but I'm in favor of that.
Okay, so that I'm making that motion, and I'll say Mr. Beard is seconding that motion. So discussion at this point related to expanding our restrictions regarding classroom libraries to inculcate elementary as well. Any discussion? Anyone else want to weigh in?
So I want to clarify, in our middle school, they were able to upload the books into an electronic list. Is that something that'll be available as well for our?
Yeah, we'll work with the staff.
Our elementary schools to be able to do that. I want to reiterate Mr. Galazello's call for assistance. If there's a teacher that feels like they need assistance entering that, I implore them to reach out to us. I will remind that the middle school got this program done in 6 months. And I also want to point out, as Mr. Galazello said, this was a program that was designed by our teachers. This was not our decision. This was not our program. This is not our book ban. The teachers designed this program for our students and for our parents to work together with them. That's all we're doing is implementing the teachers program. And when Mr. Gelazell says that we met in the middle, that's exactly what we did. We gave in to what the teachers wanted to do. It was not what we had planned. We had much stricter regulations planned. We decided to not go with them and go with what the teachers presented us as is. I believe we added a phrase. And that's it. So, and again, I did not want to go here. I didn't think we needed to go here, but it does have concern. I do have concerns.
I have concerns as well. I have an entire email chain from a person at the YWCA, and let's not make any mistake. At that particular workshop was also a prior board member of this board at that workshop. So with all that being said, and me prevented from going there because I'm not an administrator, but I was told board members are administrators, that I would be followed up with later. I was provided the 3 books that were provided, not the other ones. I was provided the 3 books that were went over. They weren't terrible. Those weren't terrible. But I saw the other pictures of the other books that were on the table there. I was not provided with the lesson plans. I was not provided with anything else. Communication has now ceased in the last couple of days, and I have not been responded to because I tried to take them up on their offer of sitting down with board members to go over that workshop. And communication has now ceased. Not by my doing. So when you have a prior board member of this board, a prior superintendent, a prior principal, and a possibly disgraced teacher from a neighboring district trying to insert these things into our curriculum without permission, that is pretty ridiculous. I mean, it's outright ridiculous. It's a slap in the face of every board member here, every administrator here, and every teacher that tries to stick to the rules. So if this has to go in for, and I've advocated how many times for the mental health of our teachers, they're stressed out. How many times I've advocated for that, for helping them and reducing their stress. We don't want to increase their stress at all. So if this has to be done, then I suggest the public start talking to the YWCA and the people that are trying to insert diversity, equity, and inclusion into K-5 classrooms. I wanted to attend and see what they had to say. My family is diverse, very diverse, for many years. So I figured I would go and see what they had to say. I have biracial sons. I've had a black daughter. My family is every race. So I wanted to go and see what they had to say. But now at this point, the social racial justice coordinator has ceased communication with me. I did everything I could, and anybody who wants to see the chain of emails after the meeting, I'd be glad to show it to you. It's on my personal email, not my district email. So we want to protect teachers and help them as much as possible. But if this stresses them out, then people need to start saying something to the people who are causing this.
In regard to timeframe, Mr. Lawhead, as the union representative, did reach out with concerns as far as how much time would be allowed if we went forward with this, seeing it on the agenda. I very clearly communicated to him where I think we should go as a board is, at this point, we're close to the end of the year. I wouldn't suspect we would expect any kind of list until the beginning of next year. That's plenty of time for teachers to appropriately respond without feeling pressured to develop a list by the end of the year. I think that's, again, a moderate response to this, is allow teachers time to develop their list, get familiarized with their books over the summer. There's enough time to be able to say to a parent, what's my child going to access in your classroom? I think that's an appropriate amount of time. And again, if you're in a class that has a large amount of books, ask for help. We'll find you help. And that's where I would ask the administration to take that guidance.
I voted against doing this in the middle and the high school. And I plan to vote against this again. I am not voting against parents. I actually don't hate the idea of sending the piece of paper home, allowing parents to opt out of subjects. Absolutely, that's your right. And my hesitation to agreeing to this would be with the sheer number of libraries I know we will lose. And we're not losing them because the teachers have books that they're hiding. We're losing them because the teachers aren't going to catalog 600 tiny little itty bitty scholastic books that aren't even chapter books, because our kids start reading books that say the dog ran. I mean, these are not, some of these teachers can stack these libraries. And I know you've offered help and over the summer, but you have to remember our teachers aren't contracted to work over the summer. So they're not contracted to be in their classrooms building libraries. That's kind of the teaching gig. So if there was a way to have a conversation to amend what you're asking for to provide the paperwork, because I do believe teachers should know what's in their classrooms. And I believe most of them do. I really, really do. I've been the benefit of that as a parent. I've even called our reading specialists and said, hey, I really need help. I can't get this kid to read. Can you give me some topics because I need him hooked? And they've known exactly what was appropriate for my leveled reader that might spark their attention. So I do believe that the majority, and I will never say all, know their classroom libraries. And I do believe parents absolutely have a right to know what their children are reading. So the form to me is not a problem. It's not a problem in any of the buildings because we sign forms for everything. We sign forms to watch movies. We sign forms for field trips. That part doesn't bother me at all as a parent. But I believe we are at a great risk of losing thousands and thousands of books for our kids because of this. So I would just ask that if it was possible to be considered to start with the paperwork, see where that leads us at the elementary levels, allow the parents to have choice, allow the teachers to know their classroom libraries, and maybe hold off on the cataloging since we are ending the school year and going into a summer where they will all be off. I would ask for that if this is something that's going to move forward. That's just my point of view.
So you don't think any teachers are going to push back against organizations when we're being gaslit in the news about political agendas, when we have political agendas coming into our schools? You don't think anybody's going to push back? No teachers are going to push back and get these organizations to stop doing it?
I'm sorry, I don't really understand what you're saying.
I understand what you said. First off, before I respond, proper Robert's rules is we should let each board member weigh in if they want to, respective of their opinion of the policy. So I respect what you said. I'll go to Christiane. Ms. Brennan, do you have anything you want to add? No.
I don't have anything additional that hasn't already been said.
Okay. Mr. Leidy?
I did get a chance to.
Okay, that's right. And you have, Mr. Beard?
It's really unfortunate that we find ourselves in this circumstance, but there's always one. And no matter how you group or categorize people, there's always one. And if we don't take definitive action, there will be that one, probably already exists. This is a page right out of the radical fringe left playbook. We've seen it before. So I think it's unfortunate, but we need to know what's in the classrooms.
Right.
And parents can make decisions about what they think are either appropriate or not appropriate. And I find it astounding, but not surprising, that Mr. Smith, who's probably the most qualified of us to have attended that event, and he was denied access. So that should tell you everything that you need to know.
Right. So coming full circle to your point, I do understand that books will initially come off the shelves, but that is not to say they need to stay off the shelves. If they don't know what's in them, they should absolutely pull them and take them home because they're their books. once they familiarize and they decide what books are important to them, they can absolutely bring them back. Once they meet that, I know what's in this book and I have it on my list. So it's not a permanent removal in my mind. It is a temporary removal, and I consider that necessary for the sake of the child, of the parent who doesn't want a child accessing something that they would consider damaging. That need is far greater than the need to provide one more piece of literature. Eventually, that piece of literature will return. But initially, I default to a parent's right to protect a child from something they don't want them to see. And again, YWCA loves to misrepresent what I'm saying up here. They actively, we see their communications where they actively seek to have people take turns changing what we say. I want to be very clear about this. What I find offensive is not what the next person finds offensive. I am saying a parent gets to decide what is appropriate for their child. It is just that simple. I can't make it any clearer. I will continue to say it over and over to meet the continuing rhetoric that this board is deciding what is appropriate or by its own morality and ethics. We are letting the parents decide what's appropriate for their kids. So if a parent likes diversity, equity, and inclusion, we have not moved to remove those books. I would like to remind people of that. You as a parent are obligated to know what your children are being exposed to. We are enabling you to do that. So if you as a parent like diversity, equity, inclusion, tell your kids to go check out that book. But it needs to be very clearly a diversity, equity, and inclusion book so that the parent that doesn't like that can say very clearly, not my child with that book. We are not putting our own morals and ethics on anyone. So that's why I say initially, yes, I agree. We will have a pullback of books, but those books are welcome to return as teachers catch up on their own pace during the time they have, right? We're not requiring them to devote any time beyond what they want to submit to provide those materials. We're not taking anything from them.
Can I ask, do you think that more time would be sufficient? Like if we said, you have to the first of the year or anything like that, that would be.
I don't want to speak for the teacher. I mean, I would.
I
would think yes.
there's none
I
here,
think more time would be better, but I certainly don't want to.
Well, I'm looking for a time frame that you
Yeah.
thought would be reasonable. I mean, I get that there's summer coming up, but there's a planning period that they're in there and I don't know what kind of time they have. Like I said, the middle school was able to get it done in a surprising fashion. I recognize that a lot of our elementary schools have a lot of books because they're so small. But I don't see pushing it back much further. Next year seems like a starting point.
So if there's no more discussion, I'd like to ask the board by a voice vote, who is in favor of extending the administrative regulations as we've already developed for middle school and high school to the elementary level at this time? All those in favor, can we have a voice vote?
Roll call?
We can do a roll call, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Ready?
Yep.
Mr. Beard?
Yes.
Mrs. Brennan?
Yes.
Mr. Leidy?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Weaver?
No.
Mr. Gelazella?
Yes.
5 yes, 1 no.
So the motion passes to extend the prior established administrative rules regarding middle school and high school to the elementary level regarding in-classroom library books. The second piece that I'm going to suggest we ask administration to do is to examine lesson plans, which are put online on Google Docs, if I'm correct. Am I correct? Canvas?
Those lesson plans are, I mean, what they teach the kids are on Canvas, but it's not necessarily a lesson plan.
I'm on, Dr. Kramer, could you clarify how lesson plans are submitted? I thought there was a Google Doc submission to administrations from teachers.
First, teachers that are non-tenured submit those lesson plans in that Google Doc.
Okay.
Or new teachers to the district. So
Okay.
if they're here and they had prior, and they're already tenured somewhere else, they come to us, they submit that 1 year. Non-tenured teachers, so up to 3 years, once they receive tenure, they prepare their lesson plans, but they are in the classroom. They remain in the classroom. They're not electronic. But I think Dr. Burkhart was sort of alluding to there, Canvas, you can go on as an observer and see, as teachers are utilizing Canvas, you can go in as an observer in that classroom and see what they're instructing for that day. Does that help?
It does in that, as a parent who's gone in as observer and looked in Canvas.
Yep.
What I see more of is the exams and the tests. I don't think, I don't see as a robust of a clarity of what's being taught for the day in the lesson plan. Is that a fair?
I would say that's probably fair. And I think if Dr. Burkhart forwarded that email that I shared with you, there are tenets
Right.
that we look at in the lesson plans when they're designing that. No, they would not see it written that way in Canvas. That is, I guess that is correct. Yes, that's a good assumption.
Okay. So that's the part I'm struggling with. If a parent wants to know what lesson plan was delivered to their child, or we as administrators want to know what lesson plan was developed by a teacher, when and what they're doing, what is the best place to do that, both for the administration and then for the parent?
So when I was and when I was building principal and would maneuver around and go into the classroom, they would be available upon request as I entered in there on those days for non-tenured teachers. As I had shared, Dr. Frio and I met with you back in November. What we talked to you at that time about was that if parents had an issue or questions, they would contact the teacher and or building principal to have that conversation to talk about what was going on during that lesson or upcoming lessons.
Okay. So that clarifies. So
And if I could also remind in that we used to submit lesson plans like in a Google form. I think up until, I don't know, maybe 6, 7 years ago when the policy changed, everyone did submit lesson plans. And I shared with you at that time, it is a very difficult task for a building principal to go through every single lesson plan, whether I was by myself at that time. If you remember having that conversation where I was by myself or even had an assistant principal, or even to go through and look at that level of detail every week, quite honestly, is nearly impossible. And I shared with you, I did it one time and I got myself caught because I started going through and then making comments, and then I had to finish it out. And it took me almost 3 days to go through.
Right.
That was just 1 week's worth of lesson plans in one school. So just wanted to share
No,
that
I
perspective from one attempt of trying it. And I thought I was trying to be a good guy and do all these things and provide the feedback, but it was not something that I could maintain if that's something that I really wanted to be able to do. Had to part it out if I
So
was going to
that's
do it
why
differently.
my initial thought was, because the non-tenured do submit a Google Doc,
Mhm.
Google Docs very clearly indicate last time they were modified or viewed, correct?
Well, they're submitted every week. So the same thing. So each week, by the beginning of the week, they're submitted into that folder. Then the next week, the next round of lesson plans are submitted. So they're always changing. Every Monday, a new set of lesson plans are going in for the week.
So if a teacher,
Well, they're set up for the next week. So by the end of the school year, you're going to have, what would it end up being? 36, 37, 35 submissions of lesson plans.
but as far as modifications, so if a lesson plan from last year was in there, a teacher, does that, the next year, do they have to resubmit, or does it just
Yes.
stay in?
No, they resubmit every,
And they don't do that en masse, they do that week by week?
correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'm having a difficulty in how we clearly ensure that lesson plans are following our curriculum. If we're not,
The- Well, the curriculum is, sorry, Matt was saying the lesson plans are in EduPlanet. The lesson plan, the stage one is written in lesson plan, which is the approved curriculum, which is on our website. It doesn't identify day by day which part they're on at that particular time, but it does give an overview of what will be taught in that year.
So in your understanding then, if I wanted to, if the board wants to know what teachers modified their classroom plans after this seminar, how difficult would it be to, and again, I'm not making the assumption, and I don't want to misunderstood or misrepresented. I'm trying to clarify at least a subset of lesson plans that have been modified after this date. So you're saying all lesson plans are basically modified after this date?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
For that
All right. So
particular
that's not a
week, they're
valid
on-
way of determining who submitted an unvetted lesson plan that's outside of curriculum. Basically, what is your suggestion for the best way to define a teacher submitted a diversity, equity, inclusion lesson plan that I'm assuming is not in our curriculum?
Well, that our lesson plans are written on the core the content areas. So we're looking at, for elementary, if we're going to look, because we're focusing on elementary, there's a lesson design for math, there's a lesson design for the ELA, there's a lesson design for the science and or social studies, depending on which one that they're working on. So the lesson plans are geared towards those particular areas.
Right, and I did catch the murmur, trust your teachers, and I do, but when a teacher attends this diversity, equity, inclusion workshop that suggests it's going to provide lesson plans, how are lesson plans on diversity, equity, inclusion related to math, science, or any of our other curriculum? Is it included anywhere in our curriculum, diversity, equity, inclusion?
As our counselors, our counselors go in and do lessons lessons once a month on different areas. Is it diversity, equity, inclusion? No, there's coping strategies, there's coping. So there's different things that go into social and emotional learning into that piece. It's not all about diversity, equity, and inclusion. We don't have a diversity, equity, inclusion class, or if
Right.
that's what you're
Yes, and
referencing,
that's basically what I'm saying. So when a teacher goes to a diversity, equity, inclusion workshop and is told you'll be given books and lesson plans, then the assumption is they're going to be inserting that. If they're attending this workshop, it's for their class. Why are they otherwise attending this if it very clearly says teachers will leave lesson plans and books and get Amazon gift cards for classroom supplies?
I'm unsure how to answer your question. I was not a
Fair
part of the designing
enough.
of that. I
Fair
don't know what the lesson plans look like. Lesson plans, someone can use the term lesson plans in a variety, like,
So
and
I
reference it in a
guess
variety
that-
of different ways. Here's how you could use it. Here's,
How
and
how do we
quite
break-
honestly, if they're educators, they probably, whatever they were given isn't something that's sort of out of the realm of what they would be used to doing in teaching strategies.
It's
and different
complaint
things like
driven is
that.
basically what I'm getting, right? If a parent objects to something in the lesson plan, they have to object and then the inspection's done to see if it's outside of curriculum. Is that fair?
Yes, I would say that. And I've had that. I've had that where I've had parents contact me about something that they didn't agree with, or they wanted more information. I met with the parent, and at times with the teacher. We had a conversation about what it was. There was, if there was a concern or a disagreement, or they didn't want their child reading that book, we've switched them out of reading groups, or we've accommodated the requests of the teachers. That's happened a couple times in my experience.
Yeah, the problem we have right now is we don't know what the lesson plans were. They weren't provided. I requested them. I wasn't provided them. I was only provided 3 books. So we have no idea what the subject matter was.
Yeah, you have to remember, to Dr. Cromer's point, understandably so, they went there and they had lessons. There's sites out there Teachers access all the time. Teachers pay teachers. People, they go to artificial intelligence to write plans. We have to understand that our teachers are going to make the decision to match the curriculum to the community needs that we have. So they may have been provided a lesson plan and they may take a piece out of it. They may take 2 pieces out of it. They may take none of it. Just because I've gone to plenty of conferences where I've heard speakers and I have taken nothing. And I've gone to others and I've taken everything. So the idea that they went here and they've now somehow infiltrated their plans with these lesson plans, I think that's an overstretch. I think that they're going to pull out what they need. I think they understand the expectation of the board. I think they understand the expectation of the principals and have made the accommodations as such. We do teach diversity. We talk about kids with special needs. There's absolutely diversity. Every discussion, we respect religion. There is absolute diversity in instruction every single day. It may not match what we have a concern about or what you have a concern about, but to say 100% we don't teach diversity, I won't stand here and tell you that. It's impossible to say that because there's diversity in a whole variety of definitions, and our teachers do teach it. Do I think they teach what they know this board and others don't want their kids to have? No, I don't think they teach that. But I do think they teach diversity. I do think they teach tolerance about religion. They teach about different foods and food classes and where it comes from. That's diversity. So I don't want to classify all diversity as bad or problematic. It exists. But I think our teachers are well aware of what the expectation is within that definition of diversity. And someone did say it earlier. I do trust them. I do trust that they're going to make the right decision. And Mr. Gelazella, to your point, if it's complaint driven, I can guarantee you our administrators will look into it. That's 100%. That I know for sure because I've talked to them, they've done it, and they've gotten back to those parents. So, Dr. Cromer, if I misrepresented, let me know. But I feel like we've had a lot of conversation about this. Teachers know. They know what's acceptable, what's not, and they're going to make the adjustment accordingly. They went, they got information. I'm sure some of it they took and others they didn't.
And I would just, I'm sorry, I would just echo what Dr. Burkhart said. There are conversations about differences and in the classroom and even discussing the needs. And I feel that I'm sure this is at every level, but of course my immediate experiences at elementary, we're always talking to kids about what level of support this child needs based on whatever their academic stuff. Because this one, you may need a little more help and assistance, but that's your learning. That's how you learn best. You might need more, you might have more independent time, you might have to do this. So we're constantly doing this. Kids are coming and going all the time. So we're always talking about differences and how it's okay and accepting others. So Dr. Burkhart is correct. Those conversations do come up.
So I accept that there are differences, but right now across this country, there are states that have outright outlawed DEI. Okay? There are states that have done that. So there are accepted definitions in those states of what DEI is and isn't. I agree that we are modifying our instruction to the needs of the child. That does not meet my definition of DEI. Okay? As far as why I'm asking the questions, how we look at our lesson plans, because we had a firsthand account of someone who said in this workshop, there was a statement made that we should have these books go in with the teachers who have tenure instead of the newer teachers because it will not be detected. We were not able to act on that statement because the person was unwilling to come forward and testify to that, but that would very clearly be an active means of subverting what is inside and outside of curriculum. That's why we needed to make the distinction how lesson plans are adjusted. And the piece that you're explaining to me supports that it would be easier to put in a book that's outside of curriculum by a teacher who has tenure because their lesson plans aren't as vetted as carefully, is what you're telling me, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I mean,
So that supports what we
not-
heard. And again, we're not going to act on hearsay. We are not going to one account from somebody saying what happens. We are not that reactive. We are fairer than that. We are not going to go forward. But that warrants the bigger discussion of how lesson plans are developed and adhered to, and whether they're inside curriculum. So that's why the question. I appreciate you adding the clarity on that. I still am struggling with how do we determine when a teacher's just inserting. The answer is basically a parent has to object to the material for us to respond to it. That's basically where we're at.
Yeah, and I mean, I have concerns. I have concerns that what is being portrayed tonight is that, and I don't know if this is the intent or not, but I have a hard, I'm not suggesting that wasn't said, but I don't think our teachers would actively deceive or try to insert something to get around a rule. I don't see it. And so we gotta find a common ground here,
Agreed.
ladies and gentlemen. I mean, this is turning into, I don't even know. Like, I'm concerned. As superintendent of the schools, I am concerned. The rhetoric tonight and the things we're talking about, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm not,
The
this isn't
concern,
theatrics.
the
I'm
rhetoric
concerned.
happened tonight with it at the board level because we have former superintendent and several former teachers engaging with current teachers and principals to insert materials into classrooms at the elementary level. That requires a very, very stringent response to, we have to have procedures to follow to adhere to curriculum. There's a reason we develop curriculum. And that's why I want to understand the processes that we engage in for curriculum so that we can ensure that we are preventing insertions of books that parents would find absolutely objectionable across in a majority. We'll just put it that way.
Understand. And our teachers, since the time I've been here, have written curriculum to adhere to the standards at the state level. And if there was ever a concern that was expressed by a parent or a student that was shared with the administration, it was investigated and attempted to be corrected.
But according to Discovery tonight, by our own admissions, we don't regularly vet our own lesson plans unless there's a parent complaint that warrants it. That's what I'm hearing.
That is correct, because they are certified professionals that we trust to do the job.
Okay. And some of those certified professionals are engaging to attend workshops that are discussing
Now,
subverting procedures. And that's where the alarm comes from. So I thank you. I thank you for your clarity on our curriculum.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So any other discussion? Anyone else care to weigh in?
I want to play devil's advocate for a second. While I hear all that, I do also think that the word lesson plan, by the sake of a lot of people, are not actual lesson plans as in the educational setting. They could even be a coloring activity per se. Or, yeah, a resource or something like that. I don't necessarily think they're by state standard a lesson plan. Not saying they aren't, but I don't necessarily think that it might be the lesson plan is what we think a lesson plan would be. Also, would I, if you're talking about whatever specific topic, curriculum, standard, the way I may teach it might be, it might be the exact same standard. And I do have my master's in elementary education and I did teach. So the way I might have taught whatever, health, whatever, might be completely, and it might be the same standard, the same topic, and you give it to her, she might come about it in a completely different way. Not that either one of us are wrong, but that it might be a little different. And so I don't also think that while I know what you're saying, so and I know where you're coming from, I don't know if we would actually know exactly what every teacher in every minute of every day is going to be, or how they're going to be teaching a specific standard or lesson plan of that said topic in that moment. Because it's going to be, every second's going to be written in a lesson plan that we or whoever is going to see in a approved, submitted lesson plan, if that makes sense. So I think it's a little hard to, so when I heard that trust your teachers, there is going to have to be some trust. And I would hope that that would be okay.
I think it was Ronald Reagan that said, "Trust but verify." So I trust the administration, I trust the teachers, I trust the support staff. But I also, I was born at night, but not last night, and I know there's always one. So, and that's where we are. And this is as simple as, if you have books in your classroom, then, provide a list so that parents know what titles are available to their children and they can make decisions. If someone is teaching outside the boundaries of the curriculum, I'm sure that will be identified and discovered and dealt with accordingly. But I think we would be a bit naive to think that everyone is always on the train. I mean, I've seen it too many times in my own life that everyone's not on the train. There's always one.
So, just to clarify, I think what Christiane was getting at, when it comes to lesson plans, they kind of get incorporated into everything. And I think even a lesson plan, if it was given and written out, I can tell you from just doing stuff myself, I would read a lesson plan and then I would just do it in my own words. And so even a lesson plan that was given may not directly be taught that way, but it would be maybe incorporated. Just like our curriculum gives topics and ideas, not specific things to teach. And so I don't know that there'll be any way to actually track or watch any of that, the way it was necessarily inserted. So I don't know where you go with that, but that's just as a clarification for that. As far as our teachers and whether or not we trust them, I consider myself friends with every teacher that my child has had. I like to think that. I do trust our teachers. I love our teachers. I interact with them as much as possible, and I feel close to them. But I've always told my children, rules always get made for the one person that broke them. And it's just the way it is. Every stupid rule that we have to follow that we hate is because somebody did something stupid one day. And so I think that a 100% blind trust of our teachers is naive. I just have to tell you that. I want to trust every one of our teachers, but I think that that's naive. And I would definitely say in a school this size, there's at least one activist teacher that was interjecting this purposely and behind our backs. So again, I don't know where you go with that. I think that we were put here to do the oversight for that. I don't know how we get there, but I don't want it to seem like we're attacking teachers though.
Yeah, we definitely don't want it to sound like we're attacking teachers. I mean, we've said that time and time again, especially advocating for them and some of the craziness they have to deal with. But the issue is to bring light to it. I'm concerned. A lot of us are concerned, just like Dr. Burkhardt said, he's concerned. I wouldn't be concerned about this conversation here tonight. I would be concerned about what's going on in the community because obviously there's a disconnect.
So to bring it full circle, I'm sure people are going to represent that I'm against all our teachers in our district. That's not what I'm saying. They're going to say that. They're welcome to. What I'm saying is we need a system in place that puts boundaries for the sake of our kids so that they're not exposed to stuff that their parents don't want them exposed to. That's the purpose of curriculum, to establish what should be taught in our schools. When I see this workshop developed 5 days after we put in place in classroom libraries, where 2 weeks before that, we worked with teachers to develop a system. This is a clear step to say, we know how to go around this system. Let's meet and discuss. That's how I view it. That's how I perceive it. And that's, to my mind, what happened. That means there are some teachers, not all teachers, there are some teachers seeking to go out of bounds. We will continue to advocate, as we have all advocated during our election cycle, that we are going to advocate for the parents' right to decide what's appropriate for your children. And the over-focus on sexual content is not appropriate in our schools. We should be focusing on arithmetic, math, science, not sexual content. And that is what is rife in diversity, equity, inclusion materials. I feel like we've discussed it. I don't think we've reached any kind of way to determine where these insertions are reaching at this point. So I don't feel like, unless anyone else wants to weigh in, let's go to. Yes. Can we do that during the? Yeah, that's next anyway. During visitor section. Not that you're a visitor, but yes. So let's move on to visitors. Yeah, why don't we have Matt go ahead and take the mic first.
So we can go up to my room right up there and I can show you the difference between curriculum and lesson plans, because I think there's a big disconnect.
Okay.
Right there. Anytime you want. Like, I've been teaching 20 years. My lesson plans are on my desk every single day. My lesson plans are different than my curriculum.
Okay.
So, that's something I think that we need to discuss. Like, there's not, non-tenured teachers do hand in lesson plans every day. I did that too until I became tenured. That doesn't mean that I all of a sudden changed and just started going off the end, making lesson plans to do whatever I wanted to do. Our planning periods are used to develop common lesson plans that we all use. So, this idea that we're just doing whatever we want to do is off base. And I think that, I'm going to be getting emails tomorrow too. Like, why don't they trust us? Why are they saying this about us? Why are they doing this? If we need to all get together at some point and go look at the difference between curriculum, lesson plans, and how that all plays out, I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to take that bullet. There might be one, sure, but they're going to get identified by the rhetoric they use, right? If people are doing that, they're going to get identified, and it's going to come to the administration, who does a great job of addressing it when it happens. You don't have 15, 20, 30 people, teachers in this district trying to subvert any policies that are happening or coming from this board, came from previous boards. It's just not happening. If it was, there would be more people talking about it. There would be more action happening from that administration, from that administrative piece. So, my job is to support our teachers, support our members. There's 285 of us. And is there one? Probably. No. Do I have support of all 285? We talked about this? No, of course not. But I'm going to support all of them, whether or not they are that one. They're the 20, 30, 40 that don't support me, because our teachers are great and they're doing a great job. My lesson plans are probably better now than when I was a first-year teacher and I didn't know what I was doing. So, I know you'd have a problem with this YWCA thing that went on. It's been going on for years. It wasn't just developed 5 days ago. It's happened year after year. It's not something new. And, I think if my number's correct, we had maybe 2 people from our district that went. It's offered to other districts around the county and in Maryland. So don't take it personally. And they said it, please trust us. And if there's a problem, come and talk to us. And I will be happy to take you up to room 2532 and pull up EduPlanet, show you my curriculum that I've worked on every single year. I'll go back and I'll get my lesson plans that were developed under, I don't even remember what it was called 10 years ago when Dr. Wenworth was here. We had to have every single lesson plan daily. It doesn't matter. Every single day, my lesson plan changes because I see where my kids are at. I see what they're doing. I know that I got to pull it back. They don't get what we're doing. We've got to go over it again. Or maybe we can go quicker. So my lesson plans change every day.
Okay.
But I'd be more than happy to take everybody up and show them. Not tonight, because I want to go home.
Thank you for that.
All right, so I have, looks like 3 names, and then I'll go, if I miss anybody, we'll go to Rebecca Sims. Wish to address the following subject: library budget cut and comments made at the end of last meeting.
Yeah, that was my first thing that I wanted to discuss, but I'm going to go pretty quickly because I know I have 5 minutes. The first thing I wanted to say in regards to 216.2, 2 meetings ago, you publicly stated that you would respond to my email that I sent to Dr. Burkhart, and I still have not received a response to my email regarding that policy and my concerns with the wording of things and the legality of it. So I'm still awaiting your response to that. I guess, I wanted to say that I think it's shameful that this board is considering pulling $10,000 from the public library, especially since half of the library is being subsumed by the Historical Society, which means that one of the last free places in this community for our students to go and be safe and to learn is being taken from them due to the municipal board, but your dollars are going to impact that as well. And also, Mr. Smith, I would like to state that at the end of the last meeting, you said that they were pulling all the World War II books. That is not what is happening. There are still World War II books there. Books are weeded regularly, and the reason that they are weeded are for a number of reasons, but primarily they're weeded because they're not being circulated, and there are other books that families and people in the community are requesting. With that being said, I also wanted to say, we're allowing public prayer at our meetings now, Christian prayer. And tonight alone, we've talked about not allowing immigrant children to be educated. We've talked about pulling books out of the school. We've talked about witch hunting teachers because you think that there might be an issue, even though you don't actually have proof. You talked about the fact that diversity is not something that you want to promote, when in fact the Pennsylvania Department of Education requires diversity and equity training, both to our teachers and to our students. That is part of the requirements in Pennsylvania. I also wanted to say that the law that you, Mr. Galazanza, or Galazalia, said about being passed in the House, did pass in the House. It was brought forth by Senator Ted Cruz. But in fact, there's very little chance that that's going to be passed in the Senate, and there's currently no companion legislation. The fact that we don't require immigrants status for our students is actually a Pennsylvania law that supersedes local laws, and it's based on a Supreme Court hearing that was held, Plyler versus Doe. So, we're saying Christian prayer, but Jesus brought in the children. He brought all the children in. He didn't discriminate. And you say that you're receiving emails saying that you're hateful, but I think maybe that you are not understanding how you come across, because the things that you are saying do come across as hateful, whether you believe yourself to be a hateful person or not. So maybe looking and evaluating the priorities of this board. We talked about precision of language. Your precision is making us believe that there are many children in this district, many community members that are not welcome. And that's an issue with you. That's not an issue with the people who feel unwelcome now. So I would really suggest that the board take a good look, maybe stop watching not a particular news site, but all cable news, and focus on what's going on in our actual community and get away from political talking points. Because when I speak to other parents, They're not concerned about the books in the school. They're not concerned about trans kids because there's such a small population. They're concerned about vaping in the bathrooms. They're concerned about inappropriate behavior on our buses. They're concerned about accessibility to drugs. So maybe we could look at those issues and make policies around them. And as a community, I think that we would really appreciate it that you don't make policies on the fly at board meetings and that you educate yourself prior to the board meeting, prior to making suggestions to policies, and then come here with a fully fleshed out plan that includes your administration and your teachers. Thank you.
Stephen Carr?
Stephen Carr, alumni and taxpayer. So I was looking at the Southwestern High School report, and I noticed that social emotional learning has been on it for almost maybe 2 years now. It's just a candy coated CRT, and I have written down actually a few of the dangers of SEL. Prioritizes feelings over truth. Objective truth matters in all cases. Just because you feel like 2 plus 2 is 1, it's not. Objective reality, it's objective that it's 4. Just because you feel like a girl doesn't mean that you are a girl. Objective reality, truth corresponds to reality. It doesn't correspond to your feelings. You can jump off a bridge and think that you're flying when you really are just falling. So just take a minute and think to yourself. That's one of them. It promotes undermines parental authority and distracts from academics, overemphasized at the expense of character, implemented in ways that undermine biblical teaching, perpetuates a victim mentality. The other thing I was looking at was the special education plan. The district didn't meet 95% of ELA and math in 8th through 11th grades, and participation rates was 74% to 94.9. How are we passing these kids with these rates in percentage at this time? Back when I was a kid, you had in sports no pass, no play. In fact, when I was in my senior year, I had to pass driver's ed and CPR class in order to graduate. And now we're just letting kids pass through with low grades and low percentage rates in ELA and math and reading. It's ridiculous. The other thing is, I saw that schools are used as polling places. I think it's a great idea, and if we do allow the high school, which is more, useful because we have more kids are responsible to be at home by themselves, let alone we have 18-year-olds that are just 18 and 17-year-olds that are just getting out of school that are young voters. And the more young voters, the more we get turnout as well. And you got to consider that, we have Penn Township 1, Penn Township 2, 3, and 4. Three and 4 of those are actually small precincts. So they need to, and our district is just growing and growing. So we need bigger administration building or polling places for it. And prior to that, we could do like the week before the election and teach these young voters in civics class how to fill out a ballot or how to get their voter registration online or or through the mail, because a lot of these young Gen Z people don't know how to do that and go online. So I mean, not saying not to push them to be a Republican or a Democrat, but just show them how to do a ballot. Because back when I was in school, that was never taught in civics. I had to learn that on my own. And when I went to vote, it was electronic. Now we got paper. So it's a totally different process now. So there's just an idea.
Okay. Denise Bunty?
Hi. I want to say I'm Denise Bunty, and I'm, like I said, I've lived in Southwest all my life. And the thing I want to say is most of the people here should go on YouTube and watch some of the things that were happening at other schools. The board members didn't even want to hear what the people had to say. And I knew that they were saying to them, they were reading the books that were at their schools, and the board members told them to stop because it was that bad. Now, what kind of books would that be? And the elementary were having sex books showing all kinds of sex acts. And I was so afraid. I thought, my gosh, I don't want Southwest to get this way, but what's it coming to? And that's what I'm afraid of. So I'm going to pray tonight, and I will pray because I feel our school needs it. Our area needs it. So let me pray. Everyone listen, please. Dear Lord, we praise you for your goodness and your love. Joshua 1:9 says, be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. May you give your board members and our board members and our administration wisdom in the decisions they will make. Be with our children, our parents, and our teachers. Protect them from evil. Protect our community and our country. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. All right, I don't have anyone else signed up, I believe, going through this. So I'll open it up to anyone else. Yes, sir. Please state your name and.
Hello, my name is Dina Versa. I'm a student here at Southwest. And I just wanted to ask a few questions about this DEI meeting at the YWCA. So my assumption is that while it was sponsored by previous employees of Southwestern School District, it was a voluntary meeting for teachers to come and learn about these specific topics, because their attendance, which I will go by Mr. Lawhead's word that there were only 2 teachers in attendance there, that doesn't necessarily mean that they agree with what they're what they're trying to teach there. And I just don't think it's appropriate to extend these classroom library procedures to elementary schools because of this meeting at the YWCA. As Mr. Beard said, there's always one, maybe. I don't know, but I'd also, nobody here knows yet. And excuse me one sec. I think initially going against restricting books in elementary schools, or categorizing them, excuse me, was kind of a straw man attack almost, because I don't think there is any book in the elementary school that is unsuitable for any student. And I don't think putting the extra workload on those teachers is appropriate. And excuse me again, I didn't write a script here. And I think I think now that extending this to the elementary schools based on this YWCA meeting is a bit of an overreaction, and I don't think it should be taken that far even just yet. Even if you really want to, I just don't think it's appropriate to do it yet. So that's really what I had to say. I just don't think it's appropriate to extend this to the elementary schools because I don't think there's an issue there. I don't think books that are inappropriate for elementary students are being shown there. I really don't. Thank you.
Okay. And yes, ma'am.
Kit Curlin, current resident of Penn Township. Wow. I started with one thing on my agenda tonight, and you've given me a page full of a lot of things to really think about. I come to these meetings to learn, and my eyes were open tonight. You continue to say you do not have a political agenda. Yet last week or 2 weeks ago, at the last meeting, it was the Guthrie Public Library. Tonight, it was the YWCA. Mr. Smith, I went online tonight, and there's 683 World War II books available through the Guthrie Memorial Library. They also supply a summer reading program.
They also have all kinds of things going on throughout the week for students that would be preschool all the way up to high school. There's a thing called the summer slide. I'm not sure that our elementary or middle school libraries are available during the summer. So the place our kids go are to the public library, where they have all of these different activities for them to do and to participate in. I would like you to reconsider the donation that we have been making, no matter what amount. I think you should reconsider that. Second is the summer rec program. Just a quick thought, I don't know. My son participated in a Title I reading program, so I know the elementary schools were open for certain times during the summer months. I don't know if a nurse needs to be there. Possibility, you can share the nurse if there is such thing. Special education, I have to reiterate what Mr. Law has said. Please do not confuse mental health with special education. My son had an IEP, totally different than a child suffering with mental health issues who were suicidal. There's no comparison. Please do not confuse the two. I'd like you to, the other thing that was said was if we can expedite the disruptive students, get them tested sooner, I want you to realize that you were then slowing down the process for another child who has a learning disability and needs to have their evaluation done also. Illegal immigrants. Wow, I never thought that would be a discussion here at a board meeting tonight. You keep saying that they are not taxpayers. Lots and lots of people rent. And they're not paying the direct tax, but they are through their rent. You also said that's not what we believe in. Sorry, Mr. Galizella, you can't speak for me. When you said that, I quoted it. That's not what we believe in. The speaker before me did a really good job of explaining the law. We have to open our doors to these children. I'm not worried about their vaccinations. That'll be screened before they get here. And I'm the one who said you have to trust your staff. You have to trust your staff, trust your administration. I had the utmost respect for Dr. Barb Rupp and Deb Smith. They are educated, they are experienced, and maybe the only reason your teachers went to that workshop was to better themselves. And maybe you were not allowed in because they did not want repercussions. And guess what? There's repercussions. You now went to elementary schools to do the same thing. Why don't you ask the elementary teachers how they want to go about changing their libraries or updating their libraries or making their books available to their kids? Maybe you should visit some of their libraries and see that they are harmless. You're making an assumption here, and I don't think you should continue with this. I think you should allow the elementary teachers and the staff and the administrators make those plans and present it to you. Finally, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Don't know what your fear is. Don't be afraid of it. Open your eyes and be educated in it. And don't assume that every teacher who has a different way of thinking of equity is going to then force that upon their students. I don't know how else to say that. I just feel that your teachers who were at that workshop probably just wanted to be informed and better themselves. I do appreciate you listening. I do appreciate this time. And I will continue to come to your policy committee meetings or your committee meetings and your board meetings and continue to learn with you. Thank you.
Hi, Joanna Dodge, high school student, almost ready to graduate. Yay. So I have two things. One, I agree with you guys 100% on the book policy for the elementary school kids because I am reading some books, interesting books by real authors like Ralph Macchio and Jodie Benson, who played The Little Mermaid. They are really good books. Those books should be in the libraries for the kids to understand. Like if the one I'm reading is with Ralph Macchio, it's Wax On, Wax Off, Karate Kid and Me. That's about how he did The Outsiders, how he did Karate Kid, and how he talked about how they were doing Cobra Kai. And I think the celebrities, like the most important ones, and World War II in history should also be in the elementary schools. So that way they understand what they want to learn and who they want to learn about of those particular people. And also, I have another thing too about what a lady said that about you guys watching news. I watch the news every day with my mom every single day. We watch Newsmax every single day, and that's like of real American news. We always see people on TV, not just reporters, but we see parents talking about books being in their school in their kids' schools. And like I said, I agree with you guys because it's like I saw some in Southwestern, and I let my mom know about it, and she let one of the school board people here. I'm not mentioning any names of who it is, but she let one of them know and they took care of it right away. So I really suggest the people who disagree with this, I'm not trying to bash them, but I honestly think that they should watch Newsmax or watch any other news and read those books that I suggested, because those books are real books about people's lives. And you don't know what those people in those books are saying about their lives. So that's all I have to say. Thank you. I'm just saying that it's not against you guys. I totally agree with you guys. So thank you.
Hi, guys. I'm Jen. I'm Joanna's mom. I have a child in the district. I actually made a list as we were going on. So you guys know I stock my meetings from my Exchange Club to hear every week. I listen to the beginning of the meetings. So the first thing I heard was with Ms. Hum talking about the special education program. Kudos, don't change it. My child's got an IEP. Let me tell you, if it wasn't for this district's special education program, she would be an F student because she wasn't when she was in Hanover School District. We only got her in this district because I did my research and saw this district was actually like number, I think, 3 when I did it then. I don't know what it's at now. So we moved to be in this district for that. So thanks, Ms. Hum. You did great. Public communication. I feel if somebody's too chicken to put their name on their public communication because they want to be keyboard warriors, personally, I think that they shouldn't be writing it. I mean, that's just my opinion. The election date in schools, as being a judge of elections, Stephen probably can back me on that. I think it's Anna from the election board that you would have to ask about having them in here in the laws. Is that Anna? He does our classes. He doesn't know. I think she do our judge of election classes. I think it's Anna. She's the board. She's the person that's in charge of the election board. So she would be the one to ask any of those questions for, like the laws and stuff like that for the schools and for districting. I could ask her. I have judge of election training, I think, in 4 days, so I can ask if you need me to and let you know. The DEI, honestly, diversity, equity, inclusion is okay in the sense. The problem with that us parents have is the fact that it's shoved down our kids' throats. It's shoved down our throats. Hey, you want to be gay or lesbian? Be gay or lesbian. You don't need to make my child have to do pronouns or whatever just to accommodate you. Y'all want to be who you want to be who you want to be. I don't care. Just leave me out of it. And also to the comment, trust your teachers. Honestly, trust is given, not earned. Or I'm sorry, I just did it backward. Trust is earned, not given. So obviously, if we're bringing up these issues, there's a reason. I think that's everything I covered. Oh, and I agree with you guys 100% on the library issue. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Peyton Littlejohn. I am a student at the high school. This is not an accusation. This is an observation that I've made about the way you're coming off. And I'll remind you of what I told you guys at the last regular meeting. It is your job to get your message across to us. And if we're misinterpreting it, you repeat it, you clarify. It's your job. Coming off a little paranoid. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is not something you can choose to like. or dislike. There's denialism. You can choose to deny it. But I got to this district and I was asked if I was sure I wanted to enroll in this district because I was handed a graph with the demographics and I was told, you're going to struggle. And I have struggled for 4 years and I am not a victim, but I have fought. I have been called disgusting names. And as this district diversifies, I've noticed we are reaching critical mass almost for our Black students and for our students who are not white or cisgender or heterosexual. It is so important to not be paranoid or scared of diversity, equity, and inclusion because you are like, we need a place to be comfortable. I think the demographic that I'm a part of, we're labeled students, children, kids, but what gets lost is the meaning. I'm someone's baby. You are someone's baby. Someone loves you. Someone cares for you, whether that be a parent, a guardian, a friend. Someone loves you and you are deserving of compassion, understanding, education, empathy. So whether that be children who are here illegally, children who have an emotional disturbance, they deserve the same empathy that you give to everybody in this district. I agree the rhetoric here, whether you meant it that way or not, is concerning. I think you guys really need to evaluate like what you're saying. You need to research what you're saying, what you guys are covering. I urge you to do extensive research because sometimes you do say things and it comes across like you really didn't look that up. You didn't really do any background research. You're kind of just operating based on what you think you know, but you really need to know what you're talking about because you are not just representing yourselves, you are representing me. You're creating laws for everybody in this school district, and that is Christian students, Jewish students, Islamic students. What you say has to be appropriate for all of them, and it needs to make all of them safe. You're not going to make everyone happy, but you have to make everyone safe because that's your job, to provide a safe learning environment for us. Thank you.
I'm Carly Fowler. I'm a high schooler. And for me, where I'm kind of getting concerned is I think that we're listening to a lot of like very few, very radical people. And then it's kind of dismissing the entirety of diversity and kind of acting in a more radical way towards it. And I think I don't want you to dismiss the entirety of what it kind of stands for because I grew up in a family that's very like I've seen both sides of the political sphere. My parents are both very different in that, and my family is very diverse in every way. So, and for me, I've been able to keep a very open mind for that because since like as a child, very little, I've been introduced to everything and anything. And I feel like I'm able to keep an open mind to anybody's perspective because of that. And I think it's important for children to get every perspective to an extent, obviously, but every perspective that they can because it kind of, you're less scared of what you don't understand. Like when you understand something, you're much more accepting of it and less scared and hateful towards those things. And I think it's very important that children are introduced to those things to an extent. And I'm also very scared that if we like take a pause, kind of take books away and slowly bring them back in to catalog them, that it might become a problem because you're kind of stunting some students learning there because it's like they have to wait for those books. Then it's like they enter first grade or second grade and they're a little behind because there's books that they weren't able to read. And I feel like that can be cause of concern, in my opinion. But that's about it.
Anyone? I believe that brings us to.
Can you give me 30 seconds, man? Sorry.
Yes, that's what I'm hearing, that this is the time when board members can respond to public comment.
Okay, I'll take 30 seconds, be real quick so we can get out of here. Let's try not to twist anything, okay? Bringing awareness to something is not attacking. So I don't think anybody up here wanted it to come across that teachers were being attacked. I hesitated on that vote because I don't think we need to catalog all the books in elementaries. I really don't. You know, and we do by and large trust our teachers. So bringing awareness to something should not be twisted into that it was an attack, because it's not an attack. So please don't anybody twist it that way. We support our teachers. So, and something I previously said, I went back on a video and watched it. I never said every single World War II book was removed from Guthrie Library. I said they removed World War II books. Last Thursday, the Library Governors Association met, and Lizzie Baldwin right there specifically mentioned that of recent books that were pulled out were World War II books. She said that last Thursday. So, you know, I don't just say things willy-nilly. I look into things, and and I try to pay attention to a lot of things. I talk to a lot of teachers, especially in the elementaries, actually in all of our schools, really. But I love our elementary schools. I don't want teachers to feel attacked. So that's all I have.
Real quick, as I stated earlier, when Dr. Hom was up here regarding the special education plan, and I mentioned that not everyone that's in special education has mental health concerns, and not everyone that has mental health concerns is in special education. That being said, I think a lot of people, and I'd venture to say probably the majority of the people in this room, have no idea that you all have mental health. Because mental health does not mean you're crazy. And mental health does not mean you're suicidal. And mental health does not mean you are schizophrenic. We all have mental health, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, that's a different story. That's what mental health means. So we need to clear that up before we assume that mental health means suicide, or mental health means crazy, or mental health means something else. Because every single person in this room has mental health. Now, that being said, as I stated earlier, not everyone that has a 504 on IEP has a behavior issue, and not everyone that has a behavior issue has a 504 on IEP. So, but then there are some that have both. And that's what was mentioned earlier. So I did want to clarify that up before we started to go on this very over the top, less so mental health concern, because that is not what I think anyone here thinks. And I think that it was just, and I'm 100% certain earlier I clarified that up. But I do want to clarify that mental health, every single person has here. It's whether or not it's healthy or unhealthy. And that is where my part comes into play with the mental health committee, is to make sure everyone's okay, make sure the teachers are okay, make sure the students are okay. It's where the suicide prevention comes in. That's where the bullying comes in. That's where the behaviors comes in. So my part is not to make anyone think, whether it's a child, a teacher, administration, or parent, or anyone think that they're crazy or something's wrong with them, or somehow make you think that because they're in special education they have mental health problems, or vice versa. So that's not what's happening.
So I'm glad Christiane went first, because it made me think of something that when we were running for election, one thing I love about our group is that we have a lot of different backgrounds. And I appreciate Christiane's mental health and wellness background. As I mentioned before, I don't have a lot of experience in that. And so I just wanted to generally reference some things that were said about us doing more research. some of us don't understand some of these topics, and I apologize for wasting your time. But we don't really get together outside of here. Everything is done in public. So if we're gonna learn, sometimes this is the only venue that we can do it. And again, I recognize that these run late and that you guys are bearing with us, and so sometimes you have to take those learning journeys with us. Um, I can assure you that everyone here, especially our president, does a extraordinary amount of research at home and is not afraid to spend 5 hours here learning as well. So, um, you know, we've devoted a lot of time to this, and we will continue. And we're going to get better. And there's some things that I hope that I pick up on quick. And so we have to keep going through this. But there's some examples tonight I didn't know that we were going to get into of things that I didn't understand. And so I appreciate you sticking with us through it and just letting us learn.
I just want to congratulate Mr. Harrell on the birth of his beautiful baby girl yesterday, because we should end on a high note. And after two very adorable little boys, they brought home a baby girl yesterday. So he's not here tonight because he's with his family, and I think that is the best place for him to be. So that's all I had.
I'm sorry.
You have to follow that. Go ahead, Mr. Beard.
But I think, I sense some frustration from Dr. Burkhart earlier in the topic about some of the disciplinary issues in school. I have confidence in you and the entire staff of this district to deal with those situations. I'm simply, and I think our population is really no different than other neighboring school districts. I have to say, though, I'm just surprised at the things that happen in school today. And I don't know what happened to our society, but many of these things would never have happened. I can't remember a single time in the 12 years I was in school that a building was cleared or that police were called. Maybe that did happen, but I wasn't aware of it. So maybe some of the questions are simply, we don't understand what's happening in society and how that's manifesting itself in the schools. It's unfortunate when an entire school is disrupted because of one student. No matter how that happens, I mean, it's an unfortunate circumstance. I think questions from the board are really, we're trying to either understand how that's happening, how it's being dealt with, or, looking, are there any other solutions? So that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to follow up related to the comments that we just had. I do want to address one of them that struck, which is research. I'm going to back up what Mr. Lady said. I devote hours. I'm in a volunteer position, and I devote easily 30 to 40 hours a week to this position. Your administrators will tell you that. I meet with them regularly. Dr. Hyman and I met, and we spent hours where she was trying to spin me up on what special education concerns are, so I have a better understanding. I meet with Mr. Lawhead to hear concerns from parents. I meet with Dr. Burkhart and administrators regularly to be as perform this job as best I can. So I really get insulted when I hear do your homework. Right. I meet with Dr. but the solicitor as well, and with special counsel, and it goes on and on. So much so that I suffer critique from my own family for how much time I spend doing this job. My heart is in it for my kids and your kids. So I don't want anyone to forget that. Where we might differ is what is best for our kids, and that is okay to have those differences. And it may have come through tonight, but I get really, really upset when people tell me my heart is not on the kids, that I'm hateful and evil. What I think is good for kids may differ from what you think is good for kids. And that's okay. We have dialogue. But the continued rhetoric, and I'll tell you very clearly, it's coming from a group of people that are associated with the YWCA repeatedly, constantly, and everywhere. Tonight was the first time I addressed it ever. We just endured it up till tonight. Tonight was the very first time I addressed it because of the nexus of how close it was to the moderate change we put in place for in-classroom libraries. So I apologize if it came off a little irate tonight, but let's have proper discussion, not subvert each other's means. So I think I'm going to leave it at that.
Make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
Thank you. So moved. Meeting adjourned.
Motion carries.